NBC Sports and the United States Golf Association are proud to present a national championship. Today, final round coverage of the 103rd United States Open. Championship Sunday at Olympia Fields Country Club, where history waits again. And we've certainly seen the historic numbers posted so far. But this is Sunday at the U.S. Open, where another huge sellout crowd of more than 35,000 have arrived to see it all unfold. This is when the stakes are raised and the pressure builds, and the man who handles it the best executes amid the cauldron of the final day of a major championship will indeed take his own walk into U.S. Open history. A look at the leaderboard, and Jim Furyk sits atop it, hoping that this is his day for that major triumph. He's got the three-shot lead over the mostly unknown Stephen Leaney from Australia. They'll play in the final group. Nick Price, Vijay Singh, they'll play together a full 5 shots off the pace, but Vijay Singh shot a 63 earlier in this championship, so who knows? Mark O'Meara, two-time major championship winner, a full 7 off the pace, and Mark Calcavecchia having his best U.S. Open ever. Ernie Els, the two-time champion, has a tough road to hoe, 8 shots behind. And there sits Tiger Woods, as Bob described earlier. Very unusual that he begins 11 shots behind as he gets ready to take his next shot at the par 5 first. And Mark Rolfing is out there with a top-ranked player in the world. Mark?
Well, unlike yesterday, Dan, he took driver off the tee. He can definitely reach the green now. The atmosphere on the first tee was just terrific. People yelling, "Come on, Tiger, 61, 62. I truly believe Tiger still thinks he can win. It's headed up the left-hand side.
Not a bad spot, though. A lot of green to work with. He got a pretty good hop on the drive, landed in the primary cut, and then hopped into the short stuff. So good chance for birdie for Tiger, Dan.
And as Tiger plays the first, we welcome you to Olympia Fields Country Club once again. Happy Father's Day, everybody. Happy Father's Day to you, Johnny. And I know that what this day means to you, the final round of the U.S. Open. We expect there could be some incredible drama to unfold later here today. Let's set the stage for you. Jim Furyk with a 3-shot lead on a golf course which has yielded all of these low scores. What's your feeling here of how far back you can be to make a run?
Well, let's put it this way. There's only been 10 guys in U.S. Open history that have had the lead going into the last round that have shot under par. So you look at Furyk, and he's a super player right in his prime. Everything's good. All his stats are good. There's no leakage there that you would look at it. But you still got to say, look, he's never won a major. He's got all that pressure. He's sitting there all by himself. What is he going to shoot? And I got to believe probably par for the day. A good day for Furyk is a 72. So that puts him at the U.S. Open scoring record, 272, -8. So what does that do for the rest of the field? What it does is it opens up a little Pandora's box. If they were to shoot around sort of like the way I won the U.S. Open, maybe a 60. Who knows? This course could yield a 61, 2, 3, 4 without too much trouble. That opens up the door even for guys like Toms, who's playing great. Tee to green, hasn't made any putts. He's -1. If he were to shoot, a heck of a round, 7 under today, he might be in a playoff. Who knows?
You came into this booth. You thought, you had this feeling that we're going to see something that maybe we'd never seen before in a U.S. Open.
Yeah, I believe that. I mean, this golf course is vulnerable, especially the first 6 holes. You can get off to it. We've seen these great starts, 5 under after 4. We've seen Nick Price yesterday, 5 under after 6. And what they've done is dropped anchor after the 6th hole. It does not have to happen that they drop anchor. Somebody could be 4 under after 6 and then play 4 under more from there on in. It can be done. If you're hitting the ball well, you're under control, put the ball where you're supposed to, it can be done. And we might see one of those rounds that people remember for a lifetime.
Well, I know you've had these hunches before, and many times they've come true. This is going to be interesting to watch unfold. Our announcers on the tower, Gary Koch and Bob Murphy. Walking with us in the fairway, Roger Maltby, Mark Rolfing, he's with Tiger right now, and Ed Sneed, and Jimmy Roberts handling the interviews for us and offering his own perspective on this championship, and David Fay with us, the executive director of the United States Golf Association. Let's get you out to the 4th, and Tom Watson is there as tee shot off this short par 3, 164 yards today.
Sort of a new hole location way over on the left. It's a beauty. You can see that red line to your right of the flagstick. That is a hazard down there, and so you got to be very careful that you don't pull it on the 4th hole.
Over to the 6th and Gary Koch.
And this just a moment ago, eagle putt for Sergio Garcia. Johnny, he's off to a fast start on these early holes, as you talked about. Just lacks some speed, but he's already made 3 birdies now in his first 6 holes. Back to 1.
And Tiger Woods getting ready for his 3rd. Mark?
It's a bunker shot of about 40 feet. The ball's a little bit on the upslope. Really shouldn't be much of a problem, though.
He's got to make birdie here, Mark. Has to make birdie.
No doubt. Well, at least it's going to be a left to right putt, Johnny. The problem yesterday with his putter was mostly on the right to left putts.
Well, yesterday, you know, he had the whistle on his backswing, and then he hit a great 3rd shot out of the bunker. Phenomenal 3rd shot, and then hit a great putt. It did not break, and that was a tough way to start.
Well, we know he begins this final round 11 shots behind, but, you know, back in the mind of many, they still think he has a chance. One columnist here in the local Chicago paper said, no way. 11 shots is just too far behind. Well, he begins the 4th round tied for 24th, 11 back. The largest comeback in major championship history. Paul Lawrie back at the 99 British Open. He was 10 back. So we will wait and see for the final word on that. There is the unknown Aussie, Stephen Leaney, arriving at the golf course with his wife Tracy. He has that 3 o'clock local time with Mr. Furyk.
You know, one way to look at this championship, 1 in 5 odds are Furyk shoots 76 and Laney shoots 76, and then you got a whole Pandora's box again opening up. So you never know. I mean, both those guys haven't won majors, so who knows what might happen today.
Back out to the 1st. This is a birdie attempt for Dan Forsman playing with Tiger.
This one down the hill from about 12 feet. Tiger will be watching closely to see the pace. And Forsman got it perfect.
And I think it would help Woods a lot if he plays with somebody that's also hot. I really believe that. You don't want to be playing with a guy that's just struggling.
The interesting thing, Johnny, that Tiger said yesterday after the round to me was that he thought the greens were slower yesterday than they were the day before. Almost everybody else was saying they thought the greens were quicker.
Well, what he was saying also was that his eyes were saying these things are getting crusty, they look super fast, and he was putting them according to his eyes, not according to sort of the stimp meter. So he was just visually overestimating them, and maybe he's already made that adjustment knowing him, but what an important putt. This doesn't do a whole big bunch, does it?
I think it's inside left, a little bit firm because it is slightly uphill.
Cannot get a better putt than this, Tiger Woods. So put your pure stroke on it and pick it out of the hole. Make them excited. Yes, sir. Dead center.
Okay, so the whistle in the beginning of the downswing yesterday, and a much different conclusion to the opening hole for Tiger Woods today. A birdie gets him back to even. To the 4th. This is the birdie attempt for Tom Watson. Watson wanted so desperately to have a better day yesterday. Shot that 75. He was the oldest leader in U.S. Open Championship history after the 1st round, and just didn't pan out for Tom Watson and his man Bruce Edwards. As Watson began the day at +2, birdied the 1st, but then bogeyed the 2nd, and then 2 successive pars. To the 2nd.
Well, Tiger did some things there that were super for his confidence. Number 1, he pulled out a driver, and he's got another one here. He's changing his game plan totally, Mark. But the first thing is he hit a heck of a drive off one. He didn't block it right, which he's been having trouble with in the past. And number 2, he got a good break, hitting in the rough and bouncing out of the long rough. That's a good sign. And then a pretty good bunker shot and a great putt right in the middle. So let's take a look at this 2nd hole. You can see it's a dogleg left. Tiger Woods is going to be carrying this bunker right here and hitting in that area.
And it takes 289, Johnny, to carry that bunker where you just drew.
Yeah, it's nothing for him, is it, Murph?
That was a sincere effort to do it.
He started it right at the corner of the bunker, Johnny, trying to cut it back a little.
I tell you, it's a different Tiger Woods today, Murph.
I love that play with the driver here today.
Well, he shied away from the driver yesterday, and this is a breakdown of the yardage to the green after the tee shots of Tiger and his playing competitor yesterday, 48-year-old Eduardo Romero. Look at the yardage left for Romero on all the holes here, as again, Tiger did not take a driver out, rarely took it out. But
look at this hole. I mean, some of these holes are 30 to 50 yards difference. Here's a guy that's 48 years old. Doesn't even see Tiger. He's like, what are you doing back there?
And look at the 13th hole there. That's a par 4. And again, Romero took out driver, but Tiger was coming in from so far back. And the Cat, as is his nickname, El Gato from Argentina, ended up eclipsing the top player in the world by 5 shots. Tiger shot 75 to Romero's 70. Well, Ernie Els, two-time Open champion, arriving. Is there something special in store for him? Who knows? Furyk and Leaney still more than a couple of hours away from their appointed time. Final pair in the 103rd U.S. Open Championship. Well, the focus of the world of golf squarely on Chicago and the surrounding area on this Father's Day. And we're on the south side of Chicago, just about 25 miles or so. Wrigley Field up north, Comiskey Park to the south, and some of the other familiar landmarks here along the shores of the Great Lakes there. Willie Park Jr. designed this course in the early 1920s, a two-time British Open champion in his own right. Here is Lee Janzen, two-time champion.
At the third, Dan, the shortest par 4 on the front 9. This for birdie. Oh, well, that was not a good stroke. Third hole yielding some birdies today with a back right hole location as we go to 2.
And Dan Forsman in the bunker seems to have a pretty good lie there, Mark.
Well, the ball's sitting cleanly, Murph. The problem is it's above his feet. Really think he needs to forget about the hole location, go to the center of the green.
Caught the grass coming out. Just hot. Boy, wait till you see this putt from back there. You can hear the ball land with a little thump. Greens are getting much firmer now. Tiger now, Mark.
Got just 76 yards.
It's like a different guy you're watching, Mark, after yesterday.
It is fabulous, Johnny. He's already hit 2 drivers, which is more than he hit the entire round yesterday when he only hit 1. He's clearly on the attack. So he had 167 yards in yesterday, 76 today. You're pretty much going to get it closer every time from those distances.
Well, Mark, he's got his foot planted on the accelerator, and in these first 6 holes especially, out to the third.
And here's a guy taking advantage of that easy start. Kenny Perry's birdied the first two. Short iron now to 3.
That's fine.
He says it's fine. He knows what he's talking about. Leaves an uphill birdie putt. So we go back to 2.
And Tiger circling around the hole. Not a real difficult putt from here, Mark Rolfing. Should get good speed on it.
I think so. Murphy is just off the putting surface. Really only about 12 feet from the hole, though. May want to turn just a little right as it gets up to the hole.
Going back slightly uphill, that's always a positive for you when you're on greens that are this fast. Agony. Yesterday he missed an enormous amount of putts all around the hole, but the speed was just not what it should be.
That's a perfect example on Marco, what he was talking about. Just ran out of speed. He just overestimated the speed.
This 103rd U.S. Open Championship is brought to you by Ford. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again. By the Hartford, always thinking ahead. And by IBM, taking e-business to the next level with e-business on demand. Over to the par 4 8, the first of 7 consecutive par 4s. The second shot for Sergio Garcia just a moment ago. Garcia's got it going. 3 birdies on this front 9.
Pretty strong hole back into that breeze.
And a chance for another one at the 8th. So now we're live at this 8th hole, and as has been documented throughout this championship, Garcia's been working on the swing, says he's getting close.
Yeah, I thought it was a classic comment from a young person. He says, if it takes a year to get used to this swing, I just don't care. I got a year to give up.
You know what's so surprising is through all those years when everybody was trying to, tell him about the swing, and all these so-called instructors were saying, well, that's not a swing that you're going to be able to win major championships a long time in your career. Sergio really staunchly defended, and his dad did, his swing, and then all of a sudden, boom, he says, I can't win down the road with this.
Well, the changes were not dramatic. They were good changes, just tweaked it a notch closer to norm. But I liked his old swing. A lot of power for a little guy. This is very makeable, just right up the draw. Hit it? Did he hit it? Yes.
Oh, man, it's been the low European the last 2 years in this championship. The 4th place at Bethpage last year when he had an excellent shot at winning. Tie for 12th at Southern Hills the year before. And the Masters champion, Mike Weir, has arrived. 68 yesterday, brought it back from the 73 on the opening day with a 67 and a 68.
Unfortunately, dropped a couple shots coming in, but he did hit a great shot at 18.
He begins the day 8 behind at 2 under.
Okay, going with 2 iron on this short par 4, 389. Just once I hit it right inside that bunker.
Good looking shot here, Johnny, up the right side, gonna land softly.
So Tiger Woods positioned very nicely on the short par 4 3rd. Seems to be in a little bit more of an attack mode today. Now we're beginning our coverage of the 103rd United States Open Championship, the final round. The question is, will someone come from behind the back in the pack and make a run at Jim Furyk, who sits atop the leaderboard at 10 under par? There's good scores to be had, especially in the opening holes. We'll be back.
Well, let's take a look at Olympia Field's yardage book. You can see architect Willie Park in 1923. It's been tweaked since then, of course, but the greens bent grass, throwaways and tees, bent grass and Poana. Just 88 bunkers, which is not too many. Average green size is just about average for an older course. And the rough is probably 4 to 5 inches now. And the big thing is 7,190 yards, par 70.
Out at the third, Tiger Woods ready for his second shot.
He's got 176 yards. The ball is in an old divot.
Sounded good. He likes it, I think.
Needs to get up just a little. Oh, what a kick that was.
It's a pretty good spot to putt from, isn't it?
That is, Johnny, kind of straight up the draw. And earlier here at the third, in the group in front, Kenny Perry. So a good second shot. This for birdie. And the man who's arguably been the hottest on the PGA Tour in the last few weeks starts out with 3 straight birdies. For the 17th, our first look at the monster par 3, 247 yards today. That is one of the 2 amateurs to make the cut, Ricky Barnes, the current U.S. amateur champion. Oh, lands it in the long rough. About the only way to stop it.
He's gone back floral, Gary.
He's playing well today, Dan. He's 1 under par as we go to 4.
And here is Perry trying to keep it going.
Perfect flagstick for his hook, Gary. Let's see if the brink comes back. Yeah, he got a little bit blockage there. Probably thinking, well, don't pull it. Look at how close that red line is over here, just sitting. Probably no more than 15 feet from the flagstick.
There he is, Gary. He wore a Hawaiian shirt in that championship final in the U.S. Amateur.
He looks a lot happier today, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he struggled yesterday, Johnny, and you made a good point about having a little bit of letdown after making the cut.
Well, even playing with Tiger's a letdown. He had such a good time there with the Els.
First 2 days, yeah.
Man, what a pairing.
It's like he's on his way to a luau, not playing in the final round of the U.S. Open. But
the race
that's Ricky
for low
Barnes.
amateur is very tight.
Wow.
Keeney at 9 over, Ricky at 10.
Yeah, let's take a look at his swing, Ricky Barnes. Watch this. Look at the strength in his arms. And watch this big, huge flowing. Look at the left heel and driving into it with all the weight and mass that he has. He's just driving up into that shot and comes down and just look at the lag and look at the shaft, the torque on the shaft, how it bends right there. Whoa! Gee. Man, I bet you he can break some shafts, but look at how there's the key position. See how that club is still stable 3 or 4 inches past the ball, and then that lean in follow through. It's a different swing, but I tell you, in the impact area, it looks like a Hall of Famer. So it's a good swing.
Johnny, remember at the amateur you said that this guy was going to be a star. Still feel the same way?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the few players I can say I've known him since he was about 10 years old, and seen him change and how, you know, just all about his game. Is one guy really know his game.
Darren Clark now back at the second hole. Beautiful second shot. Beautiful putt for birdie. Good player. He can get things going. If we're thinking that the lead could come back, he's even par. Who knows?
Well, we have been blessed with some fine weather in this championship. No delays. And the MetLife Blimp Snoopy 2 has teamed up with us again, providing the beautiful bird's eye view of the golf action below. Olympia Fields Country Club, south of the Loop in downtown Chicago. As we get you back out to the 9th.
496 yard. Yes, that is correct. 496, par 4. Dog leg left.
He has been playing downwind, so
Yeah, it has been playing much shorter than the yardage indicates, Johnny. Sergio Garcia from the left rough. He's trying to play a low little punch shot, actually just kind of laying out. Yeah. Water there in front of the green comes into play if you drive it in the rough. We move back over to the third. And Mark, Tiger first to putt.
He will be the first to putt, Gary. I'm going to call it 28 feet or so. Looks like, to me, it may have a little break to the right. This was the distance that he had on most of the holes for birdie putts yesterday. Got one of them in only at 14. 35 putts in his round yesterday. number of times, Gary, we saw him on the next tee doing two things which were kind of interesting. He was working on his stroke a lot, but he also was lining up his putter, sort of looking straight down on it, like maybe he thought it was bent or something. I couldn't figure out exactly why he was doing it.
Well, some days it just seems like your hands fit on the club differently and it has a different look. But, Johnny, when you were struggling with the speed of the greens, any keys that you came up with to change that?
Well, to be honest with you, the most important thing is to not think too much. If you really want to know the truth. You watch a 12-year-old knock in putts, and I think a lot of times just go with what's natural. It's like throwing paper in a basket. If you don't even hardly look, it goes in half the time. If you try, you can't make it. Just let it happen. Gonna get it there?
Yeah, it's there.
It's way there.
Yeah. I think that's one of those putts that he added a little hit to offset the tendency to leave it short.
And over at 17, U.S. Amateur Champion Ricky Barnes for birdie. Haven't seen any here yet at 17 today. That was just a moment ago.
Boy.
Yeah, a lot of speed there from behind the hole. Now live the par putt. Well, good tee shot wasted at 17. Very aggressive first putt, so Barnes makes bogey, drops back to 11 over, and we go back to the third.
Dan Forsman putting from just inside where Tiger was. Completely different line, though, and he made a beautiful two-putt for par back at the second hole, about an 8-footer for his second putt.
Always been a good putter, is Dan Forsman. He's had a little resurgence in his career here lately. Won late in the year last year at the Pennsylvania Classic, eagling the final hole to win by one. And, good year this year with a couple of top 10 finishes already.
Gary, I think it's a resurgence that's been pretty highly underrated, really.
Yeah, considering he's 44 years of age.
Tiger now with about 4.5 feet. He really didn't get a chance to see whether the putt would break or not because it was going so quickly past the hole. I think it's just inside right from here.
He firmed that one in. So a good putt for Tiger Woods. Remains at even par for the championship. Ahead to 4.
Kenny Perry trying to keep this birdie streak alive. This is a long attempt.
Yeah, he'd be real happy with a 3 right here, I think. Playing it out there by his caddy's feet. He's trying to get inside 2 feet.
Oh, had he hit it,
Yeah.
he might have had 4 in a row. Perry remains at 1 under, 3 under on his round on this final Sunday of the 103rd U.S. Open Championship. Jim Furyk, Stephen Laney continue the wait. Mark O'Meara and Mark Calcavecchia at 3 under in this championship. And there is Tiger and that opening birdie that has remained at even par the last couple of holes. Back to Olympia Fields in a moment. Tee at the par 3/4, Tiger Woods.
Hole location all the way over on the left today, a dangerous shot.
He said, how bad is that shot?
You know, he's done that 3 times this week on this hole.
Well, uphill holes surely make you push the ball on a level tee, and that was an 8-iron, and it's just hard to offset that. The only way you can offset when it's uphill from a level tee is try to hit it low in there, and that will make you swing level. Otherwise, the left shoulder comes up, and you block it right.
Up ahead to 6.
555-yard par 5 has been the easiest hole on the golf course in this championship. Tom Watson, putt for birdie. And a nice birdie putt, and there's Bruce Edwards. Johnson's longtime caddy, 30-plus years, diagnosed with Lou Gehrig's disease. And boy, every hole it has been this scene. People on their feet shouting encouragement to Tom and to Bruce. It's really been special.
It's been a really special highlight to watch, even though Tom shot himself out of contention yesterday. It's just been one of those unexpected gifts you get in this championship.
What a first round he played, huh?
Well, we talked about records. Here's a quick rundown of the latest. There was Singh's 63, flirted with a 62. Furyk and Singh share the low 36-0 total. Lowest 54-hole total now solely by Jim Furyk. 54 holes in relation to par, 10 under. Second round scoring average, low 36-hole cut. Most rounds in the 60s, 77. As we go to the tee at the 15th, and Trip Keeney having himself a fine championship. Back in '94, finished second to Tiger Woods in the U.S. Amateur. Brother Hank Keeney, an established player looking for a good career on the PGA Tour. His sister Kelly Keeney, of course, a two-time U.S. Women's Amateur champion, a current LPGA Touring Pro, and he's got the reigning U.S. Amateur champion by 2 shots at the moment. And playing with Charles Howell III.
TV tower, it comes down to the flag there, doesn't it?
Okay.
Obviously a star of the future. He's one of those guys that has basically dominated junior golf, collegiate golf, and now he's, of course, into professional golf. Got his win and win at the Southern Open, which was nice. And
I remember seeing
Kings Mill,
seeing Charles for the first time at the U.S. Amateur at Pumpkin Ridge in '96 when Tiger won. I mean, yeah, he's growing up a little bit. He looked like a 10-year-old. What a shot there.
That's a good one there, Charles.
Keeney and Howell share the same birthday, June 20th. So Keeney will be 31 next week, and Charles will turn 24 next week. So exactly 5 years apart. As we remind you, it's Saturday, June 28th. It's the world's most prestigious tennis championship, Wimbledon. It's over a decade ago, Andre Agassi experienced the thrill of winning that championship. Now he looks forward again as Wimbledon begins Saturday, June 28th, right here on NBC.
Where are all the other great American men tennis players?
Well, the women doing pretty well.
Clinging to Agassi for an awful long time. Give me a break.
Well, Sampras has kind of hung it up a little bit, but
sort of washed up in the U.S.
Tiger's got this long traversing birdie at the 4th.
Danny, on Friday afternoon, Tiger's ball was in this same spot. The whole location was back left, and he made it. He has been very good from this long distance this week. The lag putting, the best part of his game.
That's got some speed there. Whoa.
Well, there's no layup in Tiger today. You can see that.
His putting performance this week in stark contrast to the amazing performance he put on at Pebble Beach in 2000. Ricky Barnes is third at 18.
Tough to come out of this rough here, even though the ball's sitting up. That's been the difference of this championship, folks. If you want to know the difference with all these scoring records, is that this rough, for some reason, the ball likes to sit up. You know, you about probably 2 out of 3 of them sit like that, and then you get a third one that'll go down. But it's very scoreable out of the rough, and these guys with their square grooves and the covers that are on balls now, you don't get many flyers. So we saw a couple flyers yesterday, but they're hitting the greens a lot out of the rough.
Ricky just finished his senior year at the University of Arizona. He plans on turning pro after the British Open, and that is his older brother Andy Barnes, quite a golfer in his own right. caddy for him at the U.S. Amateur.
This flagstick, you might want to pay attention to it if you're going to stay with us all day. It's just over on the right side, just over a shelf, about 6 feet up over the fall off of the shelf. Not a dramatic shelf, but it's a tough one. We're going to go over to 7 real quick here to Tom Watson.
And today, the hole playing 208 yards, the wind right to left across the players. The hole location, diabolical. Front left, right on the top of what I would call the false front.
That's not good, huh?
Going to see a lot of balls there, and boy, is that going to be a hard bunker shot. Back to 4.
Tiger for his par.
Can't miss any of these from here to 18.
Oh, what a save. It had a little purpose as he grabbed it out of the hole that time. Tiger remains at even. And back to 18. Team Barnes finally ready.
Likes to use a lot of loft pitching around the greens. And there it is coming up that shelf. Watch how it breaks around the hole. Not much break from there. It's pretty straight. Let's take a look at this form. Got the choking down on it. Use a little wrist going back. Leads the handle of the club into it. See how he de-lofts it slightly. Then pulls the handle up, which is sort of a cool little move once he strikes the ball to keep from flipping it.
To 15. Trip Keeney for birdie.
I'll tell you, Trip Keeney is no short hitter. He's like the longest hitter this week off the tee, like his brother.
DJ Singh arriving and awaiting his 2:50 tee time local with Nick Price. Back in a moment. As we go out to 18, and the amateur Ricky Barnes finishing up. And even though it wasn't as impressive a performance as he turned it at the Masters, you can bet Ricky Barnes earned himself many more fans this week at Olympia Fields. Final round 70 for the amateur champion.
And out at 7, the par 3, Tom Watson blasted out of the bunker. The ball went all the way across the green. This his 3rd now for par. What an incredible hole location. This was earlier. This is Padraig Harrington from the back. First cut. Puts the ball down towards the hole. And watch this. This is why guys fear U.S. Open greens. How about that? Putted it right off the green. And now he walks down, putts from the fringe, makes an easy par, goes to number 8.
Never a doubt, Murph.
That's the luck of the Irish, I'll tell you. Back to 5.
Spoken by ones who knows about it a little bit. At the 5th, this hole has been difficult all week. Johnny, Tiger left with just more than 200 here.
I don't understand this play at all, Johnny. He hit iron off the tee. He's got a full 65 yards from where his ball is to the end of the fairway. Dan Forsman hit driver up ahead of him, and Dan's 32 yards in front and in the fairway.
Well, the secret of golf is confidence, and having a predictable golf ball flight, especially with that driver.
Should be coming a little out of the right.
And he says that it's coming out of the right, the wind.
Well, he's had long shots into this green the past 2 rounds. Of course, he left it way short on Friday. Knocked it over the green yesterday.
This is into the wind also, right? Slightly.
It is. This is toward the left side of the green. And barely up.
Just not hitting a lot of quality shots, to be honest with you.
Well, there's Jim Furyk, the man with the 3-shot lead. He'll begin the championship 3 o'clock local time. That 3-shot cushion over Stephen Laney. Jim looks like he's pretty relaxed. One of the fundamental objectives of the United States Golf Association is to bring the game of golf to every American who wishes to play through their For the Good of the Game grants program. And one of the many programs is the LPGA USGA Girls Golf Program. Well, we welcome Reed McKenzie to our 18 Tower here, the president of the USGA. I know a program that's very important to you and the USGA, and this has been a year where women have made quite a splash in this game. You saw Susie Whaley there. She's going to play in a tournament at Hartford next month on the PGA Tour. This is a section of golfers in this country which is really growing rapidly, and with all the attention on Annika Sorenstam, it got another boost there too, didn't it?
Well, I think the growth of athletics for women in general has been outstanding, and we're seeing wonderful girl athletes take to golf as their primary sport. They're getting good instruction, they're enjoying the game, and I think we're seeing young people qualify for the Women's Open. I think we're seeing girls play competitively starting in high school and going into college. I think it's terrific.
Yeah, we've got Michelle Wie qualified for the U.S. Women's Open. Morgan Pressel's going to be back. And Johnny, I know you have some questions for Mr. McKenzie outside of that subject.
Obviously, we're getting a lot of feedback from the scoring this week. Historically, just in the 70s, this championship was played at, maybe around 7,000 yards, and we're sitting here close to 7,200 yards. But the players are averaging 290 off the tee this week, average drive. And in the 70s, we're averaging around 260, 262 or something. So that's pretty much 30 yards off the tee. And then you guys have decided that 3.5 inches is enough in the rough. And the big thing is that people, for years and years in the 70s, we had rough that was at least 5 to 7 inches long. I'm surprised that you guys are going with the shorter rough. Is that something that you feel like there's a reason for that, or are you going to go away from that and maybe get a little longer next year?
Well, the one trump card that we can't do anything about is the weather. And I can tell you that as we came to this championship, the thickness of this rough convinced us that 3.5 inches to top off was the right height. And as it turned out, the heat, absence of heat, caused the rough to be maybe a little less dense and so forth than we would like. But at the end of the day, if you look at the statistics, the average number of greens hit per round by the leaders here is still 13 out of 18. Mm-hmm. And if you look at the effective distance as a whole, there hasn't been an improvement over the last 20 years or 25 years in the average number of greens hit in regulation. So there's a balance in there somewhere, and we're continuing to study the statistics. As you know, last year we came out with a statement of principles with the R&A that said, yes, we're concerned about distance. We're determined to make sure that, based purely on the equipment itself, the clubs and the ball cannot go any further. And we're continuing to monitor the situation, and that's basically where it stands now.
Well, it's tough to go backwards, isn't it, with the distance that's out there,
Well, it always is tough to go backwards, but, that is an option. But the game is healthy. You're seeing some low scores this week, but as much of that is attributable to the weather.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
All right, let's quickly look in on Tiger at the 5th. That for his par, and he's got another one of those down. But Reed, obviously it was several years ago, 30 years ago to be exact, when Johnny Miller shot his 63 in the final round at Oakmont, and then everybody paid the price at the massacre at Wingfoot. Any truth to the rumors that you've made a directive to Shinnecock Hills Golf Club that all the guys that mow can retire right now, and that it'll never be cut until next year's championship?
And we've also contracted for some extra wind for next year, so we'll be fine.
That'll be the tricky part.
That's right.
Thanks for joining us.
Glad to be here.
Reed McKenzie, the president of the United States Golf Association. It's the National Championship, 103rd edition from Olympia Fields Country Club. Yes, they have posted some low numbers, but the ultimate job is yet to be done today. Put it away. Can Jim Furyk do it with a 3-shot cushion over Stephen Leaney? We're going to find the answers to a lot of questions a little bit later on. It is a gorgeous Sunday in the Chicago area. Temperatures in the mid-70s. Some breezes out there as we look forward to the final pairing. Jim Furyk and Stephen Leaney, Nick Price, Vijay Singh, playing in the second-to-last group. Vicky Pride and Ian Leggett Probably the most unlikely pairing deep into the tee times that we've seen quite some time in the U.S. Open. Gary?
Out at the 6th, this just a moment ago, second shot, Steve Lowry at the par 5. Asking for the wind to get it, move it a little right. Oh, guess what? The slope will do it. Here it comes. Here it comes. Severe slope in this green from left to right. So Lowry will have a very short putt for an eagle 3, and here was Steve Lowry at 6 earlier in the week. His third shot from the bunker, boom! I think Steve Lowry likes this hole. Over at 16, the amateur Trip Keeney. Short par putt to remain at 9 over. All right, nicely done. To the 5th.
And a moment ago, the second shot for Darren Clarke.
Nice little punch shot, 137 yards. Just lets the pup fall on the ball. Perfect form. Just great form.
That's going to get Darren back to even with his second birdie in the last 4 holes. Well, let's check in with Jimmy Roberts. He is with the leader of this championship. Jimmy?
Okay, thanks very much. Here with the man of the hour, Jim Furyk, a 3-stroke lead. What's your strategy today? Do you go out there and just take what the course gives you, or do you come in with some kind of predetermined strategy as to how you're going to play?
Well, I think those are probably the same thing. You know, I've played the golf course pretty much the same way for the first 3 days. The wind looks like it's coming from the same direction. I'm going to try to play the golf course the exact same way, and basically that's giving me what, you know, taking what the course will give you, and you know, trying to play the best of my ability and play intelligently out there, but still play aggressively.
Is there any difference sleeping on a lead for a major than sleeping on a lead for just a regular tour event, no matter how important it is?
Well, only the fact we're just teeing off a little bit later. The 3 o'clock is pretty late, and you know, my daughter's up bright and early at you know, 8:30, so I got to bed relatively early last night to make sure I got a good night's sleep, and you know, she was running around and raring to go this morning, so we watched some movies and hung out and just spent some time with my family. But you know, it comes late for everyone else in the field, and it's a long morning, but we're getting close. I'm getting ready to go hit some balls and get active, which will be fun.
All right, Jim, happy Father's Day. Thanks very much for stopping by.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Well, with all the records we have been noting, that is what is on the line for Jim Furyk, trying to become just the 3rd player in U.S. Open history to shoot all 4 rounds in the 60s. He's got a pair of 67s, a round of 66. And let's keep it in the 6s after 6.
And the second shot for Tiger Woods. Trying to chase an iron out of the rough up onto the green, and that will come up a little bit short. And the group in front, Steve Lowry actually missed the short putt for eagle, but did tap in for birdie.
Well, how did Jim Furyk arrive at the double-digit under par number? Here's an example of some of his highlights from yesterday's round. It was as solid and crisp of an opening 9 that we've seen this week. This was his second shot to the par 4 5th. After 4 straight pars, Furyk got his first birdie and moved to 8 under. At the par 5 6th, he's had a propensity for great bunker play in the past. A good example of it there. He would convert the birdie to go to 9 under. Back-to-back birdies for him there. And then he would close out the birdie run on the front 9 at the long par 4 9, the second longest par 4 in U.S. Open history, 496 yards, no problem for Furyk. And he became just the 3rd player in U.S. Open history to reach double digits under par in this championship. He had a bogey at the 10th to drop back to 9 under, but then he picked it right back up at the par 3 15. Through the shadows. Beautiful putt to get it back to 10 under, and Furyk was fired up. He missed a short one at the 17th for a bogey, which dropped it back to 9 under, but at 18, what a way to finish and get it back to 10 under. And not only does he have a share of the low 36-hole U.S. Open total in history, by himself now with the 54-hole record number. So Furyk needs to shoot just a 71. We don't say just a 71. This is the final round of the U.S. Open, but a 71, Johnny, will give him the all-time record total for 72 holes.
He played great golf yesterday. There was no doubt about it. He birdied some really hard holes. 5th hole and the 9th hole, those are 2 great birdies. And then the unexpected putt at 15 and then 18, he got great break. Really was in the bunker, but it got through the bunker up on the lip and a pretty good lie and hacked it out of there above the hole, made that nice downhill putt. So great things happened at the end except for the 17th hole.
Let's go to 7.
Well, great things have been happening to Kenny Perry. He's on the par 3. He's 3 under for the day. 208 yards. Continues to hit greens. That will be a very fast putt going down the hole. And over at 14 just a while ago, Phil Mickelson for a birdie. Excuse me, I'm being told now it's for par. So Phil's having a very long championship.
And Justin Leonard arriving. Justin faded a bit yesterday. Brought it back to a 70 though, but he had that 72 rather. He had the 66 in the opening round. Not out of it. Leonard has had a history of making comebacks for wins, but he begins a full 8 behind the leader Furyk. Out to 6.
Yes, I do.
Tiger Woods ready for his 3rd, Mark.
A nice time to pitch it in, huh, Gary?
Yeah, it would be. Gotta hit it up that slope. A lot of slope in the green. Leaves it underneath the hole. Tiger will have a very makeable putt to get to 1 under.
Gary, these greens are running about 13, aren't they, right now?
I think they are the fastest they've been all week, Johnny. I agree. As we join Jimmy Roberts.
Gary, thanks very much. We heard from the leader, Jim Furyk, now the man most directly chasing him, Stephen Leaney. Stephen, we talked to you yesterday and you said, you know, sleeping, you weren't sure how you were going to sleep last night. So how did you sleep last night?
I didn't get to sleep till about 1:30 this morning, which is probably good actually, because I slept in, you know, late, which was nice. But I feel fine now, and I'm all set to go.
What were you thinking about? Were you nervous?
Not nervous, but I guess your mind just tends to get ahead of you, and that's probably my main key today, is just to try and stay in the moment and not, you know, and not try and think about what's going to happen later on in another day.
Is there anything that you can use as a mental model for the way you should behave today, the way things should go for you, what you need to do?
Well, I guess I just draw on the fact that I've won before, and I've gone through the same sorts of things each time I've won, and I've just got to try and keep that sort of same simple game plan, and I've just got to try and keep doing the same thing as what I've been doing the last 3 days.
Stephen Leaney, thanks for joining us. Best of luck. Let's go out to the course.
Okay, Jimmy, you know, Leaney does have those 4 European Tour wins, but this is a spot he has just never even been close to being in before, as we look at Tiger prowling around another putt.
Mark Rolfing, a putt that the players have had trouble reading the break. It is turning more to the right than most are seeing.
Well, Tiger has been hitting these type putts very firm today, as you have seen, Gary. First time really all week. Yesterday on a putt this length, his tendency was to be weak and missed them all on the low side.
And we see his putts per round, obviously the 1st and the 3rd, not particularly good.
Johnny Miller said earlier he needs to make all of these. You know, right now this round looks like maybe a 68 or 67, possibly 66. That's not going to be good enough.
You can see him there visualizing the line.
He's been hanging on by like a cat on a wire just to be where he's at right now. He's had to make some nice putts so far.
Good stroke. So Tiger Woods to 1 under par for the championship. Takes advantage of the easiest hole on the golf course, the par 5 6th, to record his 2nd birdie of the day against no bogeys. Well, we've heard from Jim Furyk, we've heard from Stephen Leaney. They sit atop the leaderboard, and we get closer to seeing some of those tee off in the final round of the 103rd U.S. Open Championship. We'll be back to Olympia Fields in just a moment.
years ago, the U.S. Open came to Oak Hill Country Club, and the year before, a young Lee Trevino burst onto the scene with a 5th-place finish at Baltusrol, and this time, the Merry Mex, who was only 28, was up to the challenge. With his final round, 69, he became the first player to shoot all 4 rounds in the 60s in a U.S. Open, beating runner-up Jack Nicklaus by 4 shots and validating his arrival as one of the best in the world. 35 years ago, 1968, as we continue to look back at some of the great milestones of this championship.
It'd be nice if we could have another Merry Mex come along with his talent and personality. Boy, that's great. He was unbelievable.
One of a kind. 17.
This just a moment ago, Dan Parr putt for Trip Keeney, the amateur. Put his tee shot in the front bunker, unable to convert. Tapped in for bogey. He's now 10 over, just 1 ahead of Ricky Barnes as we watch Mike Weir warming up. Practicing some bunker shots.
Makes it look easy.
We'll go to 7.
And up on the tee, the elevated tee. Tiger Woods selecting a club. We've seen a lot of shots missed to the left in the bunker. Lee Janzen just was in the bunker, blasted the ball out, and the ball went all the way off the front of the green. So maybe best to leave it short here.
The right bunker would not be the worst thing, would it?
No, not at all.
Not that you want to go there, but it's a lot better than long left or left.
Well, Murph and Johnny, he has missed very few iron shots this week to the left at all. Almost all his misses with the irons have been right.
Looks like he's aiming right here, doesn't it, Murph?
Does indeed. Looks like he's going to play a high draw with the wind. Could hear the thump as that ball landed. This green is very firm. Let's go up to Jimmy Roberts.
All right, thanks very much. Here, joined now by Nick Price. And Nick, 5 strokes back. How do you approach this?
Well, you know, obviously everything is going to be determined on how Jim plays today. You know, he's obviously got a lot of pressure on him, and he's been in this situation before a few times, and this is his time. You know, we all know that when you get to your mid-30s is the time when most golfers start winning their major championships, and, you know, everything's there for him today. So my eyes are going to be focused on him, and hopefully I can get off to a good start, you know, something like I did yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was pretty extraordinary. Do you think you have an advantage in this, even though you're 5 strokes back, because of the fact that you've won 3 major championships before, and to a certain degree this may not faze you as much as it may faze somebody else?
Yeah, but I think every major championship you get into where you have an opportunity is different. There are different circumstances. Your golf swing might be a little different. But patience is really the key today, and to go out and, you know, I'm in a difficult situation because I know I've got to shoot a good round, and I'm going to have to take some chances and play aggressively, but that also depends on how Jim plays. You know, if he starts making a few bogeys, then it's going to be the guy who makes the least mistakes today. But realistically, I'm going to have to shoot 2 or 3 under to have a chance, I think, today.
Do you have to get out to the type of fast start that you did yesterday? We've talked all week long about how this course can give you some opportunities in the first 6 holes. How important are the first 6 holes for you today?
Well, as we've seen, there's been a trend all week. You know, the guys who have posted low rounds have played well those first 6 holes, and with 2 par 5s in those first 6, you've got to make at least 2 birdies. You know, the back 9, with the way the wind is blowing right now, 10, 11, 12 are tough holes. And, you know, with the added pressure of the U.S. Open, that's going to be a key stretch, I think, today. See who plays those the best. And I'd like to just take 3 pars on those holes and see how I do. But those have been, you know, the tough holes for everyone this week.
All right, Nick Price, thanks so much for stopping by. 5 strokes back. Let's go back to Dan and Johnny.
Well, Jimmy, you talked about that fast start. Interesting, Johnny, what Nick Price said, you know, 2, 3 under and see what happens. That's kind of how you figure it. You kind of figure that 8 under number to be kind of on the bubble in pretty good shape.
I mean, Furyks playing great golf. He could go out and shoot another 68, and of course wouldn't surprise me or anybody else. But you would think, like I said, par for the course, so to speak, with the tension and what the field is. He's probably at 72 is a good score, and that should win it, but you never know.
Well, there's a man that won his 2 major championships in the same year, Mark O'Meara. You have to think that's going to be a comfortable pairing with Mark Calcavecchi at 2:20 local time. You've got about a half hour till they set off on the par 5 first. Mir with a 67.
Great showing
yesterday.
for him. He hasn't exactly, you know, contended that many times in the last several years.
We talked about Calcavecchia, who has been making Olympia Fields look like Palm Springs. He's played some great golf out west, Johnny, but he's really struggled in this championship.
Well, he said he finally found a U.S. Open that's sort of to his liking. He's already made 13 birdies, averaging 290 off the tee, and he's number 2, and he's strong in almost every category. So he's looking really good, and he can freewheel it a little, go with the driver a lot, hits that power fade, and he can draw it now when he wants to.
Yeah, who would think that lights out aggressive style would work in a U.S. Open? Well, he could use some of that today in the final round as we go back out to the golf course. And Tiger
and Steve having a good look at this putt. You know, Mark Rolfing, Dan Forsman left his putt well short going down the hill. That could be a fooler for Tiger.
Well, this one's on a slightly different angle, Murph, but definitely it was a fooler. Of course, as you said before, this hole cut just over the false front.
If Murph,
Tiger, yes, go ahead.
This ball gets, what, 3 feet by the hole and go right off the green?
Yeah, I'd say closer to 2, Johnny.
Wow.
It is really fast down there.
So this is one of the toughest hole locations we've seen this week, huh?
On this hole, yes. Well, in the whole tournament, championship, as a matter of fact. The difficulty is trying to figure out exactly how hard do I have to hit this to just get it to turn over.
Never was close, was it?
Taking another look, yeah, he did misread that one. Up to 18.
And Trip Keeney at +10. Second shot, 85 yards, needs a par to be the low amateur of this championship. And Ricky Barnes, the only 2 to make it to the weekend.
Well, it's only a 375-yard drive. Hank better get back there and do a few push-ups.
Must be the genes, the Keeney genes. It's a great golfing family, and Keeney perhaps on his way to being low amateur in the 103rd U.S. Open Championship. Well, all of those names continue the countdown to their time at Olympia Fields. Stay with us. Out to the 8th, and Tiger Woods for birdie. This to get to 2 under. Tiger goes into this front 9, the more and more that dream disappears of perhaps coming back. Now Keeney for par to be low amateur in this championship. This just happened a moment ago. And Trip Keeney edges out Ricky Barnes. 73 for Trip. This is an emotional Sunday for him. He's got a gold medal now, just like his brother Hank and sister. Hank, of course, the 98 U.S. Amateur champion. And Kelly won back-to-back U.S. Women's Amateur Championships. Congratulations to Tripp. Nick Price warming up. Is there a miracle at Olympia Fields on the horizon for him? Stephen Leaney in the last group at the U.S. Open. Vijay Singh has won major championships before, but he bogeyed the last 3 holes yesterday. Working away toward that title. We're back at Olympia Fields, anticipating the tee times for the final groups. And under an hour, about 50 minutes or so, till Furyk and Leaney. Less than that, Price and Singh, Dickie Pride, and Ian Leggett. Can they write some sort of unlikely story here? And Justin Leonard and Ernie Els have arrived at the first green, and Ed Sneed has caught up with this group. Ed?
Justin started off with just a perfect drive, hit a 3-wood up here in front of the bunker, pitched the ball a little bit strong, but has this putt for a birdie 4.
And Jim Furyk, you heard him talk to Jimmy Roberts about can't wait to get to work. Well, his work is about to start, and that is his father, Mike, walking behind him, who has been so instrumental in his career. He's been his only coach. And on this Father's Day, that could be another special story, Johnny Miller, that unfolds. But there's 18 holes of Olympia Fields to negotiate first.
You have to have a great relationship, father-son, to have your dad be your only coach. I think it's just fantastic. A lot of players get to a certain point and they think they outgrow their father's teaching.
Out to the first, Els for bogey. So just
Ernie, he just had a disastrous start, Dan. Big hook off the tee up next to the fence, although he had a swing. Then he pitched out, hit the tree, dropped down, hit his 3rd shot short, hit his 4th shot short, and
to the 9th.
Kenny Perry with a lengthy putt for birdie. Chance to get to 2 under for the championship. Slower putt, uphill over a little ridge, turning left. Good effort.
This 103rd U.S. Open being brought to you by Accenture, helping turn innovation into results. Accenture, innovation delivered. And by the company with all the right answers, Bell South. Listening, answering. It's that beautiful clock tower that you have obviously become very familiar with, as we've given you this championship since the opening day on Thursday. 80 feet high. It is something to look at. I mean, the closer you get, it's quite a piece of architecture.
Might be the greatest looking building at a golf course anywhere, in the U.S. anyway.
Of course, we had to notify the club officials that it was actually off in time. I think it was about 5 minutes slow or fast before this championship began, but they're back on schedule, and there is Furyk. Roger?
Thank you, Dan. I had a chance to talk with Mike Furyk. I said, what are the thoughts going into the round? His father, and what are his thoughts going into the round today? And he says, just the same as usual. We work on setup, make sure he gets a good base, and make sure he's aimed properly and keep good rhythm. He says the same things we work on all the time, and I can tell very much from their camp. It's business as usual. They're trying to keep this as though it's just another day at the office. I talked to Mike Cowan, his caddy, and he had a little different idea. He says, we got to try to birdie that first hole and shoot something like 67 or 68 if we're going to win this. So I think Mike and Jim are trying to low-key this, if that would be the right term, and just try to make it another day. Vijay Singh, I talked to his caddy, Dave Rennick, and he says, we just got to get the ball in the fairway more. He said, we're going to see more 3-woods out of Vijay today. The fairways are firming up, so he thinks 3-wood's a better play as the fairways become more narrow because of their speed and how far the ball's bouncing and running. So I think he's going to, the key for him is to get the ball in the fairway and see if he can get some good iron shots and get some good birdie opportunities. Back to you, Dan.
Thank you, Roger. As we go out to the 9th.
And Tiger's second shot, Mark Rolfing.
159 yards straight downwind. Tough hole location for this wind.
Well, he hit a spectacular shot here the other day within about 2 or 3 feet of the flag. But he did not carry it far enough. Caught that little slope and spins right back off the front of the green. Back to the second.
And David Toms for a birdie. A man that we thought would be right there at the start of the week. He's played so-so. This just earlier on tape. That's the way we're seeing the starts. The first 6 holes, we're seeing a lot of birdies made.
We'll look at the final pairings. Mark Calcavecchia and Mark O'Meara, veterans longtime friends at 3 under. And there's the youngster, Jonathan Bird. Eduardo Romero played with Tiger Woods yesterday. He's got the 25-year-old Rookie of the Year last year to walk with today. Ian Leggett and Dickie Pride in that unlikely duo at 2:40 local time. And there is Singh and 46-year-old Nick Price. If he makes some sort of miracle run, he's going to be the oldest U.S. Open champion in history. And there's the final twosome. Jim Furyk with Stephen Leaney from Australia. Back in a moment.
Welcome back to Olympia Fields. The 9th green, Tiger Woods, uphill putt for a birdie 3.
Pretty slow putt on Gary.
It is, John. Ridge right in there.
Doesn't break at the hole.
No.
See how it actually dropped left when it stopped?
He has been much more aggressive with the putts today. But,
that's not an easy putt, is it?
No, it is not. Back down the hill. We move over to 17, the par 3, 247 yards. Tee shot for Fred Couples. He will find that front bunker. Terrible day for Couples, unfortunately. He's at 8 over par for the day, 13 over for the championship.
Well, next Sunday at 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific here on NBC, it's the championship of the AFL, Arena Bowl 17. It's Arizona versus Tampa Bay. You talk about lighting up the scoreboard. Arena Bowl 17 coming your way next Sunday. Goosen for par. Retief, champion from Southern Hills a couple of years ago in that most bizarre ending on the 72nd hole. So all I need to do is see that and remind myself of that, Johnny. I know that anything can happen in this championship.
Yeah, that was something. Poor old Stuart Sink when he missed that little tiny one thinking it didn't matter.
Had a lot going on, Mark Brooks.
Oh, man.
Wow. To the first. This is Mike Weir's 3rd shot to the par 5.
Good angle. Going in with a wedge. Needs a birdie. Just sticks just perfect. These balls now, they spin just the right amount to stop, but they don't zip back, a lot of them.
To 9.
Dan Forsman for a par 4. Okay, well done. Forsman turns the front 9 and even par 36. Remaining at 1 over par for the championship as we go up to 18.
And Phil Mickelson getting ready to conclude his championship work from a familiar spot that he has seen in this championship, the rough.
Yeah, he could probably get an endorsement. He's got a lot of labels on his shirts and hats. He could get another one for John Deere for human hay baler.
We go to 9. It has been that kind of week for Phil.
Par putt for Woods.
Oh, he got a little gust of wind, Gary, right when he putted.
It was a downhill putt, and he struck it very firmly. As you say, Mark, with a gust of wind, it probably farther away now than he was before as we go back to 2.
And Justin Leonard, his 3rd now. Drove the ball in the right rough, unable to get it out. This ball will go all the way off the green. Very quick right there. Back to Tiger.
But for his bogey 5.
Went over behind this ball and sort of squatted down, hung his head, looked like he was almost in shock, Gary. Given the way the wind has picked up, I think the golf course is going to play very tough for the next 5 hours.
Well, that about sums up Tiger Woods' week right there. 4 from the edge of the green. If he makes this one. Goes from what he thinks is a pretty good second shot to making a double bogey. Leaves him now to 1 over par for the championship. To the first.
Mike Weir trying to get that quick jump start we've been talking about.
Doesn't miss many of these. Just he's got to be careful, Mike. The greens are a foot faster today, and at least it seems like. And boy, you don't want to be doing that.
Maybe we'll see a little bit of a revenge from Olympia Fields today. Who knows?
Could be.
It has been the subject from the get-go how easy this championship has been playing. But seen some pretty good scores. Guys got up to some okay starts, but again, this is Sunday at the U.S. Open. This is a totally different feel.
Greens are still holding. You saw Tiger's ball spinning back. I mean, the bottom line is if you're really on with your irons, you can get the ball in there tight. But you have got to really control your iron shots. If you're just okay with your irons, you're gonna struggle.
Okay, so Weir remains at 2 under, a full 8 behind.
Not what he wanted.
What a performance for Mike Weir in that Masters, hitting that clutch 6-footer in the 72nd hole, and then winning the playoff with Len Matisse. Mike Weir has not been operating, well, he's been operating under the radar here, but not in Canada. He's one of the biggest stars they have there. And he's becoming a bigger and bigger star in this game of golf. Back to the U.S. Open in a moment. Let's spell it out for you. In another language, hola, Dad. You talk about some creative aligning of tractors and mowers here. That's how the grounds crew has offered their Happy Father's Day good wishes.
That's the best I've seen right
Thought they
there.
might go with Padre at the end, but that's 5 letters, and that's a lot more tractors. So they've gone the route of simplicity. That's great. And if you don't think that steely-eyed Jim Furyk is feeling some emotion on this Father's Day, that is how he met his father, Mike, at the golf course. And he is emotional right there. You could see it in Jim Furyk's eyes. So steely-eyed, calculating as a player, but there's emotion churning within the Furyks today.
Boy, that's great. That was a great shot.
Out to the first, Mark O'Meara at the par 5 for birdie. Long way away.
Well, this hole, the wind is freshened and it's into the wind, and it's the least. Players are hitting this fairway the least of any hole in the golf course. So if you miss the fairway, you end up with these long birdie putts, and it's got a long par putt. So we're not seeing many birdies on one. One is tough.
Longest hole here at Olympia Fields, just 2 par 5s. They both come in the first 6 holes, at the first and the 6th.
Calc's going to go with the putter from that second cut of rough. Definitely in a good spot to make it. I know he's thinking nothing else but birdie. He's a guy who can go low, but you got to start making those kind of putts. You can't pass up too many of those if you want to shoot one of these crazy rounds.
What a story that would be if Calcavecchia can make a run and somehow get in contention. A guy that has played in 17 of these championships. His best at 14th at Shinnecock back in '86, but he's missed the cut 7 of the last 8 starts. And even said before the championship again, I am entertaining no thoughts of winning this championship. I mean, that's how his attitude has been. And just a moment ago, this was Mickelson finishing up at 18. This for par.
Well, I didn't like to take a slam at him with the John Deere comment, but he missed 36 fairways out of 56 tries, dead last in the field. So it wasn't out of left field, the comment.
So Phil will wait 5 weeks for the next major try, the British Open at Royal St. George's in southeast England. And you can still hear the fans pushing him on for that major bid. Now O'Meara for his par at the first.
Tough start there. That's not what he wanted. I tell you, this golf course, like I said, the key for Furyk is to get through the first 6 holes at least par or 1 under par. Otherwise, he might start worrying a little himself.
Well, let's go to the 10th, and Tiger Woods out there in good shape. Long hit driver at this 444-yard par 4, coming off the double at the 9th.
That is a monster drive there.
Wow. Well, forget about what we just said. That's his 3rd shot. We apologize for the misinformation, but he still may make a 4.
And we talked about at the beginning of the championship how Tiger was using a ball now that goes a little higher and spins more, and we've seen him now 2 holes in a row spin it right off the green. Of course, the last hole he spun it off the green and 4 putted.
Well, our big thanks to Bob Michelson, manning the camera up there, MetLife Blimp. Not only do we use it for beauty shots, but we use it for a number of shots that when we actually track the golf ball and helping you give a perspective of how these players are playing this championship. This isn't too good of a perspective for Eduardo Romero.
El Gato's in the jungle.
Get out. And the cat just punches it out.
Right up against the out-of-bounds chain link fence there, so he actually was pretty lucky to have a little swing to be able to get it back in play, if it did get back into play.
From the 1st to the 3rd.
Ernie Els' 2nd shot here at the short par 4. Out of the long rough. Trying to hoist it way up in the air.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, what a break. Oh.
Can you believe that?
No. I can't, Johnny, but I'm sure right about now, with the start Ernie's had, he'll take it.
I don't even know if he knows how lucky he was.
To the 4th.
David Toms on this 164-yard par 3.
Here's a man that's hit the most greens in regulation of this championship and putted really a woeful putting average, really, to be honest with you. He's 63rd in putts.
Over to the 12th, Tom Watson for par. This was a moment ago on the hole where he had that incredible eagle on Thursday, and just a little bit more magic left for Tom and Bruce. Watson remains at +5. And folks, you may want to stick around if you think that's a big ovation at the 12th. You may want to stick around when Tom Watson makes his way up 18 later on in this championship. And I can't think of a better time than to throw it over to Bob Costas. Bob?
You know, Dan, your judgment on these matters is unerring. This would be Trip Keeney right here, the low amateur, by a shot over Ricky Barnes. He was +10 for the tournament. Barnes +11. Really, the highlight had to be the 67 on Friday. That's the lowest round an amateur has shot in the U.S. Open since 1976, when Mike Reed also had a 67.
Wow.
You didn't know that?
I didn't. Well, I knew that either I've heard 65 or 66 was the lowest round as an amateur. I didn't know it was the first time in 20-odd years. Thursday or Friday was a dream round. I played very well, played very solid, hit a bunch of good shots, and I birdied 3 out of the last 4 holes. And it was a dream come true, just to make the cut and be competitive. And I was a little nervous on Saturday morning.
73 today to close, but it included an eagle on number 6.
6 was a lot of fun. I hit a great drive and ended up just in the first cut of rough. And that shot there, I just tried to hit it 36 yards, let it pitch on the green. It came off like a dream, and when it fell in the cup, I got chills up my spine. Everybody was so loud. And then a guy from, he must be from Philadelphia, he gave me the Eagles chant after it went in, so I had to throw him my ball.
Now, you're going to be 31 years old in less than a week. You live in Dallas. You work at a brokerage house. There it is, doing a little advertising for them. You are a true amateur. Tell us about the way you approach the game.
Well, I just try to be the best that I can be. I probably wasted a little talent when I was a little bit younger. It really wasn't dedicated to the game all that much, and it's a game you have to work at full time in order to be successful. I spend my days. I'm up at 6. I'm at the office between 6:30 and 7. I leave sometime around 4. Go to the golf course, practice for about an hour and a half, get a workout in, and I'm home for dinner by 6:30. As I've gotten a little older, I've realized that I can't spend the hours out on the driving range, but when I practice, I need to be really focused at it. And it needs to be very compact, very precise practice, and that's what I've been able to do. And I've had some success doing that the last year and a half or so. And I've realized it's just a game, and I don't play professional golf. I let my brother and sister do that, and I'm just an amateur. Have fun with it. Do the best you can.
Your brother Hank is on the tour. Your sister Kelly's on the LPGA tour. Somebody's got to manage their money, so I guess it works out, right?
Yes, I mean, so far it's been great. They've had very nice careers. I know that they want to do more, and I expect them to do more, and they're working hard at their game. So hopefully they'll make a bunch of money, and they can give it to me. I can manage it for them and turn it into a lot.
Last thing, very quickly, tell us about how the course is playing today as opposed to the first 3 days.
A lot more difficult. I hit in the rough a lot the first 3 days. Today I think I had to pitch out 3 times with just a sand wedge. Very difficult pin positions. The greens are light and fast, so definitely expect the scores to be higher, and I think the guys are going to get welcome to the U.S. Open today.
Trip Keeney, low amateur, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Let's go out to number 2.
And a former U.S. amateur champion right here, Billy Mayfair for birdie at the second. This just earlier. So Billy goes to 4 under par. Back to 3.
Short birdie putt for Ernie Els. He sneaks it in the left side, gets him back to even par, but still that double bogey start. Not what he was looking for. The earlier holes, which we have documented well, are the easiest here at the Olympic Fields course.
The wind is definitely up, Gary. It's
drying things out too, Johnny. We're seeing a lot of balls that trying to chase through some of the greens, some of these back hole locations, not as easy to get to.
This is a bogey putt. Tiger Woods, so he has gone double bogey at the 9th, bogey at the 10th, and continues to wonder about a lot of things. I mean, sometimes a golf course doesn't fit your eye. Southern Hills didn't exactly fit his eye a couple of years ago, and Olympia Fields has not been his best friend. 103rd U.S. Open Championship continues. With a 3-shot lead over Leaney to put away his first major championship. So we continue to wait for those final groups. See what they present. Out at the 4th, Justin Leonard at the par 3, just 164 yards.
This is a tough hole today. They decided to put the flagstick way left. I heard they trimmed some branches to make it more fair. And the way the wind is a slice wind and a hook pin placement, and that's a tough combination. It wants to blow away from the flagstick there. Very good flagstick.
Back out to the 1st. Remember that Eduardo Romero had to punch out after his tee shot, so he has this for par at the par 5.
That'd be a heck of a par, I'll tell you. Up about 2-3 feet away from that chain link fence, which was out of bounds. Boy, an impressive player. Just kills the ball. Averaging .316 off the tee at 48 years old.
This guy's going to be a killer senior player. He turns 49 years old in a month.
Yeah, he's a guy that nobody really thought of as playing the senior tour. It'd be interesting to see. He doesn't necessarily want to leave the European tour. He's been doing real well financially, but I think it's going to look pretty good to him.
This U.S. Open Championship is being brought to you by Pacific Life, offering insurance, annuities, and investments. Rely on the strength of Pacific Life. And by Titleist, the #1 ball in golf. Over to the first tee. Nick Price making his way over. Second to last group. Price and Singh, as we mentioned, good friends. Good pairing for both of them. To 2.
And at the second, yes, Mark O'Meara for par. Mark hit his shot long. And
seeing a lot of par putts, Bob, in the last half hour.
That's right. This whole location is pretty hard to get to, Johnny.
The greens are beautiful.
So a bogey there. Over to 3.
Billy Mayfair getting ready for his second shot here at the short par 4. Ed Snead's caught up with this group.
Gary, Billy Mayfair playing from the left-hand side of the fairway. Very good angle for this back right flag placement. Hole location being in the back right corner of the green.
Playing straight downwind, 185 yards.
Started it very high toward the center of the green, and that's going to be a tough 2-putt, Gary.
Yeah, it sure will. A lot of slope in the green there from back to front. Billy's a little surprised the ball came up that short. We move to 13.
And Tom Watson, this just earlier, up the hill at 13.
Just came off a nice long par putt on the hole before. This is a birdie putt.
So Tom and Bruce are having quite a championship for themselves.
Murph, when he looks back on this championship, it wasn't his putter that let him down, was it?
That's exactly right. Back to 3.
Mike Weir ready with his second shot at the par 4.
It's just a little 9-iron, maybe a firm wedge. Certainly doesn't want to carry the ball quite all the way to the hole. Looks like that's what he's done. Well, marvelous golf shot, Gary, to carry it there and stop it.
Well, hole location set up perfectly for his natural shot, which is a little left-handed draw, which moves from left to right.
And there's VJ coming to the first tee. He's got that long putter in hand. Hoping for some magic out of it today.
I really believe if Jim Furyk is going to get scared, it's going to be from this group. This is the group that could have something in the mid-60s. You never know.
Justin Leonard at the 4th. And Leonard will remain at even par. Back over to number 2.
And Calcavecchia for par. He put it on the green and then went all the way back off. Oh, good par there. Calc remains 3 under par for the tournament. He's got a chance.
Well, you can mark your calendars for Saturday, July 5th, as NASCAR returns to NBC for the Pepsi 400. So far, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is in the thick of the points race. He is after his first Winston Cup title. It's the return of NASCAR to NBC Saturday, July 5th in prime time on that Saturday. We go to the first, and Dickie Pride. This is the third to last group, and one of the most unlikely duos to be participating this late on a Sunday. Both qualifiers, Dickie Pride and Ian Leggett. Our world rankings way down there. Pride's a 444th ranked player in the world. Leggett 194th. But it has been a great week for Dickie Pride.
Yeah, shooting 71, 69, 66. What a terrific round yesterday.
A local and sectional qualifiers. So this guy has been through as much as you can possibly go through to get here. In fact, the odds are estimated at about 1 out of 350 from what he's done in that double qualifying position.
It's a good shot here. That 66 was the low round of the day yesterday. Very safe, huh, Dan?
Yeah.
This first hole is just giving these guys fits. They can't get the drive in the fairway.
Everybody was pouring in birdies and eagles yesterday to 3.
Lengthy birdie putt for Billy Mayfair up the hill.
Get up. Go.
This is judged very nicely. Good 2-putt par for Billy Mayfair. He'll remain at 4 under.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2:50 starting time. From Fiji, Vijay Singh.
Singh who has gone as low as anyone in this championship. Fired that 63 on Friday. In fact, had a putt below the green at 18 for a 62. So he's gone low once. He's going to need another low score today to chase down the leaders.
I think the last couple hours of his round yesterday might have been the low point. Maybe he's going to come back after that 72. Something good. Needs a good drive.
Oh, this is a good one, Johnny. Down the left side, cutting just slightly. And should be plenty of distance to reach the green.
There's the start these guys wanted.
And from Hobe Sound, Florida, Nick Price.
And you cannot underestimate major championship experience. Singh with the 2 majors, Price with the 3 majors. And if he's able to pull this off, would be the oldest U.S. Open champion in history. Hale Irwin, right here in the Chicago area at Medina, pulled it off in '90 as the oldest at age 45.
Nick Price, of course, 46 years old. Vijay Singh, 40 years old. So this is the Graybeard group.
Experience, major championship experience personified. So a good start for that duo. Price and Singh are off, and there's just the final group left, which will go off in about 10 minutes from now. Furyk and Leaney await. To the third.
And Dan, this just a moment ago, Mike Weir's putt for birdie. He was talking after yesterday's round that he's been having some trouble reading the greens. I think there's a good example. Just overread the break. He would go on to tap that in for par, but golden opportunity missed. Stays at 2 under. We go to the first.
And Dickie Pride, 33 years old, won his only tournament back in 1994 in Memphis. Hold a 20-footer on the 72nd hole, then made a 25-footer on the first playoff hole to beat Hal Sutton and Gene Sowers.
Well, this has some slice in it. There's no doubt about that. It's not really a putt that you're going to think about making. And that's the last thing he wanted to do, Dan.
To 2.
And Jonathan's third now. He drove it in the right rough and just could not get it out. Very, very delicate chip here.
Well, that's spinning there, Murph, too much.
Yeah, he went across it, Johnny, got it right off the toe of the club.
Well, he was trying to put a real sort of a cha-cha-cha shot there. Just
well, you had to try something from that position. Back to 1.
Good opportunity for Leggett to record an opening birdie here.
I'll say he's 4 under. Rounds of 68, 70, 68.
What is going on with this opening par 5?
Well, the whole hole goes downhill, and they get on the green thinking it's got that back to front tilt, but it's not as much. Tiger did that yesterday, remember?
Yep.
Just doesn't break as much as it looks.
Well, here's Billy Mayfair at the par 3/4 with a 7-iron.
Is that going to come back? Out to the right. I didn't know how big of a hook, but it's pretty hard to hook it too much when you got a slice wind.
And we haven't seen one made all day from there.
Tell you, that flagstick there on number 4, all of a sudden this weak little 3-par for 3 days has gotten some teeth.
Yes. And back to the first. Dickie Pride has this for par. Missed 4 months of the season last year after suffering gallstones and pancreatitis. He had his gallbladder removed in April, spent a month in the hospital. This was a very, very serious illness. He returned to the tour in June.
Yeah, you get that about 30, 40 years ago, and you could die pretty easily.
Well, Pride had gone 28 holes without a bogey. He had that 66 yesterday, but a tough start for him now. Falls to 3 under, a full 7 behind.
And as we welcome you back to Olympia Fields, let's sum up a bit of what's happened to this point. Earlier today, we saw Trip Keeney earn low amateur honors by a shot over Ricky Barnes. Thus far, nobody in the field really has made a major move after starting with an early birdie, leading some to wonder if he could launch an almost impossible comeback. Tiger Woods faded, double bogey at the 9th, another bogey at 10, and his name will not be etched on this cup in 2003. Now, as we join Stephen Leaney and Jim Furyk as the last group on the first tee, one thing is clear. This is Furyk's U.S. Open to win, or depending on your point of view, to lose. He leads Leaney by 3 strokes. Let's go to the first.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 3 o'clock starting time. From Australia, Stephen Leaney.
Here is the man from Busselton, Western Australia, who also has a home in England, 4 European Tour wins, but he missed the cut in his only other Open, which came 4 years ago in the final group at a U.S. Open.
And what an important opening shot for him to see what he's got inside and how together he is. Aiming down the right side. It's not a long hitter.
This is headed right, Johnny. He's hung on to it. Just could miss the fairway right.
And he dumps into the bunker.
And from Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida, Jim Furyk.
You heard Bob mention he's been in a number of big-time golfing events. In fact, he's had 12 top 10s in major championships, but here in his 32nd major, by far the best position he's ever been in. He's never played in the final group in a major championship. He's got 7 wins on the PGA Tour, but people in the golf world will tell you that Jim Furyk, maybe this is his time. He's got that kind of talent, calming nerves. He's produced clutch shot after clutch shot in big events, but this is uncharted territory for him.
He's got a perfect shot here, Roger. That swinging hook starting in the right rough. Let's see if he can do it.
Three-wood starts down the right, center drawing. This should be real good, Johnny.
Well, that's just what he wanted to see. So, yeah, I can get it airborne. I can handle this.
Furyk said yesterday after his round, and then going into this round, I'm going to do the same thing I did yesterday. Shot a 67, and another one of those pieces of history that he's going for, besides the U.S. Open scoring record, trying to become the next man to shoot all 4 rounds in the 60s in a U.S. Open. Up at the first, Vijay Singh. This was a moment ago. His third to this par 5.
Had a tough lie right up against the primary cut. He had to play it behind his right foot, pick it up straight, and come right down on it, so not bad.
Up ahead to the 5th. Also a moment ago, second shot for Ernie Els. He is +2 in the early going here.
What a nice shot.
And that'll get one back and get Els to 1 under. It's still a long way away. Back to the first. As we look at Nick Price, we bring in Mark Rolfing for an update.
Well, Nick Price, after a great opening tee shot, has made an absolute mess of this first hole. He actually laid it up with an iron into the fairway bunker on the right, then dumped it in the greenside bunker short of the green, had really no shot, lasted out to here, and this is not the kind of par putt you want in an opening hole when you're trailing by 5 shots.
It's not the start he had yesterday, that's for sure, but he needs to make this.
Vijay Singh on a similar line, so I'm sure he'll be watching. Vijay quite a bit closer.
Little movement. That was not even ever on line.
Nick Price birdied 5 of the first 6 holes yesterday, including this one. And now he gives one back.
So many expectations every player has. Don't you think, Mark, when they tee off on one and then to sort of shatter your opening plans on the first hole. You got to really regroup after that.
Well, you do. Of course, Nick Price, a veteran player, he's been through it all before. But on a par 5 in particular, Johnny, a tough par 4 bogey isn't such a bad thing. But on a par 5 where Vijay Singh knocked it through the green and 2 to make a 6 is not a good start.
All right, this to get within 4.
It doesn't do a lot, Mark. Maybe just not much.
Inside left, I think, Johnny.
A lot of guys are trying to make this break left. Yeah, he pulled it to left edge. It was just a straight in putt.
Singh had played this hole in 4 under this week with a birdie, an eagle, and another birdie yesterday, but settling for par today, and he remains 5 back. How the leaders have played holes 1 through 6. Furyk better than anybody there among the final groups. 9 under. Price had the big day yesterday. Singh has had some success, and so has Leaney, and then turns around quite a bit in 7 through 18. Price has had the toughest time in that stretch.
Roger, good lie there.
Good lie, level stance, Johnny. There is a mound in front of him just coming out of this bunker they don't have to contend with, but I believe he could hit a 5-iron, maybe a 4-iron over it, so he'll be able to advance it, maybe 175, 80 yards from here.
Bunkers pinched down. He might have caught a little heavy, did he?
Well, no, not so much heavy, but it's gone left, John. That'll find the rough short of the fairway bunker on the left-hand side.
By the way, Ernie Els made birdie at the 5th to get it back to 1 under. So Els with 2 birdies in the last 3 holes. And now Furyk.
Jim has 286 yards to the hole. A tremendous 3 with a flat draw, Johnny. Really a hot hook he hit up to this point. Now a 3-wood. He'll be able to carry the fairway bunkers on the left and right and get himself in position for a wedge. Another 3-wood here. This ball starts down the right-hand side, wants it to draw.
Makes a little bit of a delicate pitch shot there, Roger, over that bunker.
So Jim Furyk has hit his 2nd shot in the final round of this U.S. Open Championship. No one has made a run yet, but it's early in the final round. Well, this amazing week being experienced by Tom Watson and his longtime caddy Bruce Edwards, building to a crescendo, getting ovations on each and every hole they play. That was the scene just a moment ago as they came to the 15th.
I'll tell you how much the gallery's excited about watching these two as I'm on the 18th green.
Back to the 1st, 3rd for Leaney to the par 5, and he's
terrible lie.
Just trying to chunk it out there. Over at the 12th, moments ago, Tiger for birdie.
Just touching it as it glides down this hill. Looks awfully good, doesn't it?
That's the kind of speed he's needed to lob it. That's the story of the week as well. To 2.
And Vijay Singh from the center of the fairway. Mark?
And 41 yards, Murph. He has hung it out to the right a little bit. That will be a treacherous putt coming down there, I'm sure.
It is that. Let's go to 18.
And Sergio Garcia for par, finishing up.
Sort of like Garcia Parra, huh?
And there's no more for Garcia. He's done. 71 as he continues to fine-tune the swing. And back to the 1st, the 4th shot for Leaney.
That's from about 40 yards.
Boy, we've seen some tough starts, Roger, today. I think a lot of people were having visions of a great comeback round, and they're doing just the opposite.
Now this little pitch for Furyk, his 3rd, Raj.
Johnny was absolutely right. This is a delicate little pitch, no more than 15 feet of green to work with from this angle. Over to the bunker.
Well, you spun that, Raj.
Ooh. Little unlucky there. That ball took a real hot first skipping bounce.
Does you see that thing stop though after the first 2 bounces? I could hear that thing spinning from up here.
Like his motion out of the bunker, it would seem that Jim Furyk's swing would benefit him on that kind of little pitch shot.
I tell you what, that's a good swing to copy on those little flip-up chips and sand play.
At the 4th, O'Meara for birdie a moment ago.
Looks good, Mark.
There's a putting touch.
Yeah, that's why he's still around.
O'Meara had those opening bogeys at the 1st and 2nd. Birdie's the 4th to get it back to 2 under, but still +1 for the championship. We'll see if Watson can save the par at 15. And look at the stands behind him. It's been a great journey for Watson and Bruce Edwards. 3 holes left in what could be the final U.S. Open for both of them.
Very impressed with his putting this week. It's been terrific.
Over to 2.
This just earlier. Nick Price now no choice, got to go at every flag.
Get up.
No. Bogeyed the first.
I think that was perfect.
He thought it was perfect. Back to 1.
This par 5 has been a tough piece of the puzzle to negotiate. See if Leaney can save his par here.
It's about 12 feet. I don't think there's a lot of break in this putt.
Same way Weir missed it on the left.
We've seen Dickie Pride bogey it, Nick Price bogey it, Stephen Leaney bogey it, Eduardo Romero bogey it.
Now Jim Furyk's looking at a 5-shot lead if he can make this putt. I mean, this is a little bit of a dream situation for Furyk. Everybody's just sort of staggering at the beginning here.
This would get the heartbeat up a few levels if Furyk can get this down and get a full 5-shot lead.
Yeah, might do just the opposite. Just put him in his comfort zone. We just clinically take him apart, Roger.
It's not a tough putt, John.
Doesn't do much, Roger.
It doesn't. It's not a hard putt at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's just get it started and it's just run right in there.
He would be the only player in the final 8 twosomes to birdie this par 5.
Crazy. A lot of bogeys in there, too.
That was pulled, Johnny, to me.
Yeah, he definitely pulled that putt to left edge. He'll never get an easier putt today than that one. It's hard to make putt on the first hole, though. You guys out there, you all know that. Greatest putter in the first hole I've ever seen, and it was Jack Nicklaus.
Really?
Just pour him in there the first hole. All right.
Well, we know he's good at
most every other hole too.
Pretty good in between too. The rest of the way. Over to the 2nd.
And the putt of Vijay Singh now. This is an adventure for a birdie. Big break. Up over the mound. And that has to slow down or hit the hole. It hit the hole. That ball was going off the green. I've seen about 10 of them today. Boy, you need that if you're going to win a U.S. Open championship. You also have to do exactly what Vijay did. Take advantage of the holes that are the ones you're supposed to birdie. The tee at 2 there, Roger. Did you hear that roar?
We did not at this point. We could not hear that roar.
Yeah, the wind's going the other way.
Slight dog leg left. Furyk with a 3-wood there, Roger. Going to play it out to the right, nice and safe.
Give it to me, Jim. This started this ball down the center of the fairway, but turning it too much.
I mean, awkward stance, isn't it, Murph?
Looks to be short of the bunker.
I think he's going to be standing way below the ball.
Well, this hole derailed Jonathan Bird just earlier. He knocked it in the rough and made double bogey. A hole on which his playing partner, Jonathan Bird's playing partner, Romero, drove it 80 yards from the green. He went right straight over the bunkers. Leading now.
Not a good start for him, huh, Bob?
This a better swing here. Starts down the right, drawing to the center of the fairway.
Well, the nerves are undeniable, and you know, first hole must have been something else for that young man. And this just earlier, Nick Price for his par.
What a start. The opposite of yesterday.
Wow. Yesterday, birdie, birdie. Today, bogey, bogey. But BJ kicked one in. So we see some sad tales and we see some happy tales. We're right back.
Well, we cap off our look at great milestones in this championship. Perhaps the greatest season ever, turned in by Ben Hogan in 1953. Sam Snead, who never won an Open, witnessed the final 36 with Hogan, who had won the Masters 2 months earlier, and then this championship by 6 over Snead. And then the next month, he won the British Open in his only attempt. So Ben Hogan, 50 years ago, and what many believe is the finest season ever turned in this sport. That was his record-tying 4th U.S. Open in only 7 years. He won a lot of major championships in a relatively short period of time, Ben Hogan did. Out to this major championship unfolding at the second.
And Jim Furyk, what's the lie look like, please, Roger?
Well, the lie's not good. His stance will be okay. The lie is very heavy. He will not be able to play at the flagstick, which is in the front left portion of the green. At best, if he can reach the green, it would be to bounce the ball into the center of the green.
Good view from up above of the shot that...
Yeah, I do. I feel like we can just right there.
A lot of discussion about what they're trying to do.
I mean, I know you got to be pretty aggressive with it out of that lie, but you know what? It's bounding better.
Well, you hear the voice of Mike Cowan, Fluff,
well, short, as long
who has been a fixture on the PGA Tour.
Doesn't reach the green. Is okay. Yeah, I do like that.
Long-time caddy for Peter Jacobsen, carried the bag for Tiger for a time. In fact, it was on the bag of the '97 Masters with Tiger.
That's 140 yards to the hole. Squibbed out to the right through the fairway.
That looked to be a wedge out of that lie there, Roger. Over to 16.
And wonderful applause for Tom Watson and Bruce Edwards as they walk onto the 16th green. Slight nod from Watson to acknowledge the crowd. Just another wonderful setting. Back to the second.
And Stephen Leaney set to play.
This is a 9 here now, 135 yards. A bit into the wind. It's hit this very, very high. Good looking shot if the distance is correct.
Oh boy, he got a nice bounce there. Landed in the high cotton and bounced right down onto the green. Back to 3.
BJ Singh has found the right rough, Mark Rolfing.
Well, not only did he hit it right, but he hit it very short, so he's got a full 193 yards to the hole. And look at what he is going to do here.
Well, he put this little 7-wood in his bag this week.
It's a dangerous shot.
That's the club you got from Monica, I hear.
Oh.
Johnny, you couldn't resist.
All right, Johnny, here's his problem. He's got 2 oak trees in front of him. If he hits the branches, it might go in the hazard. I think he's pitching out, and that's what he did.
Well, I think it was his caddy, Dave Rennick, that talked him into that one. Said, let's just put it down the end of the fairway in good shape and get it up and down from there. Well, flying high above Olympia Fields Country Club this afternoon is the MetLife Airship Snoopy 2, along with Snoopy. The 2 MetLife blimps cover approximately 70 television events a year. Ships fly from one location to the next, visiting a town near you along the way. As we go to the 16th, and Tom Watson, birdie opportunity.
I'm on the move.
Should move just a little right.
Would you believe, Gary, he's 6th in putting? I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Well, he would be the first to admit, in fact, he did after yesterday's poor round, that it was his driving. There's the problem as we go to 2.
Third shot of Jim Furyk on the way. Wow. He'll have that left for his par.
Half an inch to the left, that might have gone down. Hit the hole. I mean, that ball goes over a lot of the cup. What's this?
Well, it's going very hard, but if he gets lucky, it could jam up against the pin, Johnny.
I think it even got some of the flagstick.
Well, he drove it in the rough and went from rough to rough, and it's very difficult when you're trying to play out of that high grass, even though we've seen some good shots. The greens now are just not going to allow that kind of stuff.
With the final round lead, he's led 8 times, won 3 times, runner-up 3 times.
That's not a great stat right there for Jim. I mean, that would be less than, I would say, good.
Jim getting back down, try to get down eye level for the par putt.
It's a little better than 15 feet putting uphill. Green ran away from him on his 3rd shot. Shouldn't do much from here. Maybe go a little right.
What a save. What a save is exactly right. We'll go to 3.
3rd shot for Singh.
This needs to get up, Gary. It's short and right. That was a very poorly executed shot there.
Jay Singh struggling on the shortest par 4 on the front 9, just 389 yards. Back to the 2nd.
Stephen Leaney has to be thinking, Roger, that I was going to pick up a shot on him.
He has this for birdie. He just might. Again, not a real tough putt, but I'm going to try to work a little bit to his right. Not too much. Certainly the kind of opportunity he can afford really to let get away.
Well done. That gets back that bogey at the first hole. So Jim Furyk will go off this green as quickly as possible. Able to save.
This 103rd U.S. Open being brought to you by Lincoln. There are those who travel and those who travel well. And by Fidelity Investments, because you're not just invested, you are personally invested. Let's go over to the par 4 3rd.
And Mark Rolfing, VJ, going to play first from the bunker?
Yes, he's actually not away from the hole. Nick Price is, but I think BJ's going to go ahead and go. It is not a good lie. It is plugged in its own pitch mark. He has probably 16 or 17 feet of green.
talked about all the work VJ did on his short game early in the year when he had the rib injury and couldn't play. 10th on the tour in sand saves, getting the ball up and down. But from that buried lie, no way to get it to stop, and have a lengthy putt for bogey.
Gary, what a difference a day makes on these first 6 holes, huh?
Well, you say it all the time, Johnny. U.S. Open pressure.
Well, it really feels like the U.S. Open is starting right now, too, because this golf course is playing, you know, like I'm sure the USJ wants it to.
Back on the tee. 389-yard slight dog leg to the right, par 4.
He likes to hit this, what is it, a 3-iron he talks about? He hits his club on a couple of holes.
Yeah, ideally you'd like to shape the ball a little bit left to right, take it off the bunker down the left-hand side.
Nice swing, huh?
Good swing. Audrey looks like he's watching it pretty anxiously.
It's headed down the right side, and I believe that'll catch the rough.
Yes, it will. So all of a sudden, these fairways a little tougher to hit. Furyk has played this 3rd hole in 1 under par through the first 3 rounds.
That left foot, Gary, you want to tell the viewers what goes on when he turns that in?
Yeah, when he likes to play the ball from right to left, he likes to turn the left foot in toward the ball, gets a very square stance, so he doesn't clear the hips too quickly, so he can hit a draw. When he wants to hit the fade, he opens the left foot up a little bit more.
This should be good.
Right straight down the center of the fairway, short of the fairway bunker. Positioned nicely. We go up to the green, and Vijay Singh's putt for bogey, Mark.
Well, it's a pretty easy putt, actually, for this distance, one he really needs. Oh, man.
Nowhere near hard enough. And Mark, something said from the gallery or noise?
I'm not sure exactly what he was pointing at.
Might have been a camera shutter there, perhaps before he began the stroke or during it.
He's not glaring at anybody. I'm not so sure about that.
Well, something definitely caught his attention, though.
Well, when you've hit 4 shots on a hole this short and you're not on the green yet, that'll catch your attention.
And Price next.
This is one he desperately needs, Gary. Left his birdie putt 4 feet short. Just an inside left putt.
No, it's the same stroke he had on 9 yesterday, up and out of it. So Nick Price makes bogey, drops back to 2 under, and we'll go join Jimmy Roberts.
And you can hear the applause at the 17th green virtually everywhere that Tom Watson and Bruce Edwards have gone this week. They've been greeted by these types of cheers. Oddly, not only for the golfer, but everybody knows the story for the caddy as well. And it's a very, very big week for Bruce Edwards and his family as well. Exclusive of this U.S. Open, I spoke to his wife, Marcia, who came into town last night, and she told me that they will be going to Kansas City tomorrow, which is where Tom lives, and they're going to be launching a brand new fundraising initiative. She said to me quite candidly, there is no cure right now, and Bruce won't live long enough unless we do something. So Tom Watson's been very heavily involved, and they're starting to, they're going to be launching this fundraising campaign tomorrow. It will be called Driving for Life, and you can find out more about it by signing on to the ALS website, but they hope to raise millions of dollars for research so that they can find a cure in time for it to save Bruce's life.
Thank you, Jimmy. And Bruce Edwards and Tom Watson play on here at Olympia Fields.
At the 3rd, that is Stephen Leaney's 3rd shot. Forced to lay up short of the water, that from 121 yards. putt for par. And before Leaney played, this was Jim Furyk's second shot from 176. Playing more shots from right to left, this back right hole location not setting up extremely well for him, so playing to the center of the green. Something he can certainly afford to do now. As we move ahead to 17, and Tom Watson with a putt for birdie here. There has not been a single birdie made at the 17th so far today. 247-yard par 3.
Just can't get at this hole downwind at that distance, huh?
No, any ball that carries that front bunker, Johnny, runs well past the hole. Tom's ball actually caught the long rough by the edge of the bunker and kicked up onto the green.
He's got to be awful happy with the way his stroke is held up. It's actually, it looks just like back in 1980.
Well, went back to a replica of the old putter that he used to use in the heydays. Just this week.
One of the few bad ones we've seen him hit this week. Don't you think one of the hardest things about a U.S. Open, Gary, is just the wear and tear on your nerves by the time you get there? All these practice rounds, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and by Sunday you're just frazzled. I really think that really affects players like Nick Price at his age.
At the 4th, Vijay Singh, long birdie attempt, back up to the hole.
Well, he made the big snake at 2. Double bogey at 3.
Really dropped in that unlikely deuce there, but the double at the 3rd, par at the 4th, remains +1 today, 4 under. And back over to number 3.
Jim Furyk will be first to putt, Roger.
He will. That's from about 30 feet, maybe a little better. And this putt over a bit of a crown in the green. About 2/3 of this putt is uphill, and then it looks like it starts to run away in the area of the hole, but it sure looks like a putt that would be easy to leave short.
Well, we have seen a number of putts from this position come up short, Roger. Good call. At 17, Watson made his par. That certainly has been the tendency. Ball not really carrying a lot of speed as it comes over that little ridge.
Left edge putt, guys?
Yeah, that one will turn a little bit to his right. Yeah.
I think most importantly, it's the kind of putt, Johnny, that you don't want to have too many of.
Yeah. Yeah, talk about your nerves getting frazzled.
I don't even like it, and I don't have to putt it.
Go over to the 18th.
And Watson, Bruce Edwards make their way to the tee. Final hole.
And with Kirk Triplett, who I really believe will either win or come very close to winning an Open before he's done. He's got a great game for these kind of courses. It just hasn't done. He plays great at Pebble Beach all the time.
Speaking of Pebble Beach, that's where Watson picked up his only U.S. Open championship back in 1982. That scene behind the 17th. Watson pointing to his man, Bruce Edwards. It was the only major of Tom's 8 major championships that Bruce Edwards was on the bag.
Down the right side there in the rough, sort of hoping Tom will go out like the champ he is.
Over to 3.
This just a moment ago, the par putt for Stephen Leaney. So to stay up. Now live, Furyk for his par to remain at 10 under. Continues to make those pressure-packed putts, and still at 10 under par. Leaney there will drop at least 1 shot as we go to 7.
And a good view with Billy Mayfair from the tee, 208 yards. Hole location, front left. Oh, this is a leaner here.
Says get up.
Oh boy. He didn't hit that very solidly for some reason. Back to 3.
Leany makes the bogey, but drops back to 6 under par, and Jim Furyk's lead is now 4. Keeps making pars, and his nearest rivals can't handle it. Making too many bogeys as we go to 5.
Where Vijay Singh hopes to make a move, but this is a difficult par 4. 440 yards, and you hit down 37 feet into the fairway. You hope to get to off of that elevated tee.
This was the hardest hole on the first day of the Open, and now it's second hardest. And that's a good reason why it's playing tough.
Vijay may not have any idea where he is, although that did stray a bit to the left, but you have no idea where that ball lands down there from that vantage point up top. Next Sunday at 1:30 Eastern Time, 10:30 Pacific. Join us for a special preview of the world's most prestigious tennis championship, Wimbledon. That's next Sunday at 1:30 Eastern Time, 10:30 out west.
It's always one of the great events in all of sport.
Now Furyk going over the yardage with Fluff. Let's take a look at this leaderboard with the flags to the left of the names and see how Leany, who began the day 3 back, is now 4 back. Billy Mayfair has moved into that tie for 3rd with Vijay Singh. Nick Price going the other way with that 3 straight bogeys to start off. Only 3 players now within 6 shots of Furyk's lead.
He's in a great spot right now. He'll never get in a better spot in the major championship if he lets this thing somehow fall apart and lose it.
Well, Johnny, it feels as though the wind is helping the players here and a little bit from left to right. Plays uphill slightly, but this is a 9-iron for Jim.
I haven't seen balls near the hole here all day.
Nope, that's just a little right of the hole.
What a shot by Furyk. One of the few to get it on that proper side.
That's he had that perfect draw into that slice wind was you know, the ideal shot. That's right in his wheelhouse to hit that. It was very courageous also.
At 15, Tiger Woods a moment ago, his birdie attempt. And that has just been the story of the week. Currently tied for 31st. Worst finish at a major as a pro, tied for 29th at both the 2001 PGA and 97 PGA. And back to the 4th. Stephen Leany.
This is now an 8-iron for Steve.
Flag stick is way over here.
Hit this ball very high and right of the flagstick. Ooh, good looking shot.
Well, Leany is having an up and down round so far. He's got the 2 bogeys around the birdie. Chance for another birdie at the 4th. As we go to 17.
Lee Janzen playing from the bunker in front of the green, and this is bunker cam. Ooh. You can feel the sand. What a nice shot. Tough day for Janzen, though. 5 over par in his round, now 7 over for the championship. Over to the 7th.
And this just earlier, Mike Weir for a birdie. Very fast putt going down there. See how slowly that's going when it went in the hole. Good touch there. Master champion having a good Open. Over to 18.
Tom Watson and Bruce Edwards staring ahead at 18. Huge crowd behind the green anticipating the duo coming up.
Got to muscle it out of this rough. 150 yards. I don't know if he can get it on the flag stick, but he can go left. Not quite the way he wanted to finish this thing off. But
no idea what an impact Tom and Bruce would make before the championship began on Thursday. But when Watson started lighting up this golf course with that 65 on Thursday, the energy began, the magic began, and he was in position yesterday, but has played hard for his man, Bruce Edwards. Chant you're hearing, Bruce, Bruce. Tom Watson has been in the spotlight his entire golfing career. He is sharing it with his caddy and good friend. And after he shot that 65 on Thursday, Watson said, "Forgive me, but I'm going to take a platform here for a while," and talked extensively about what they're doing to try to cure that disease. There's Jim Furyk over at the 4th for birdie. And back to 18. Watson working out of the bunker. Almost one more stroke of magic from Watson. Bruce Edwards proposed to his wife Marcia on New Year's Eve, and then got the news that he had ALS on January 14th. And many wondering if they were still going to get married. Marcia said, just for a brief passing moment or two, thought, well, am I doing the right thing here? And just decided, obviously, against it. They got married. In a wedding that was originally supposed to happen in the summer, they moved the date up, got married in February. And now Leany for birdie at the 4th.
Should have learned something off of Furyk's putt.
And Leany, that up and down round continues, back to 7 under. And it looks like he'll remain just 3 behind Furyk. From a small town in Bustleton, Western Australia. Population 10,000. Stephen Leany having the biggest moment of his golf career thus far. Still trying to chase down Furyk. Cuts into the lead a little bit. As we go back over to the scene at 18, Kirk Triplett has had the bird's eye view of this emotional final day for Watson and Edwards. Is this for birdie?
It was a pretty good ride, but not that much, I don't think. Well, there it comes.
Yeah. There is a little magic left in this group. Watson's been feeding off it all week. Why not Kirk Triplett join the crowd as well? And in what could be the 30th and final U.S. Open for Tom Watson, it's just about as special as the championship back in '82. his wife, Marcia. We wish them all the best. Championship Sunday continues at the 103rd U.S. Open Championship just outside of Chicago. Jim Furyk's lead was 3 to begin the day, remains 3 over his playing competitor Stephen Leaney, just about midway through the front 9. And while we were showing you the Watson Edwards climax at 18, this was Furyk's tee shot at the 5th.
You need a good one here, and he does not do it, and it goes down. That is not sitting up, and this is the second hardest hole in the golf course, and that's most likely a bogey.
And this was Singh for bogey up ahead at the 5th green. So the last 12 holes, if you take it back to yesterday when Singh had that struggle down the stretch, +6 golf. MetLife Blimp, Snoopy 2 continuing to team up with us, providing the beautiful shots high above Olympia Fields Country Club. You can look to Snoopy 1 and Snoopy 2 at future sporting events throughout the year. Now at the 5th, Nick Price needs this for par. He remains at 2 under, but still a disappointing +3 start for Price. +2 for Singh.
This is through the easy holes.
Yeah, they've got the teeth of the golf course still to be negotiated.
I'll tell you, the pressure of the U.S. Open, you just can't go around it. It is undeniable. It definitely affects players. They're not hitting quality shots. Roger?
What's Furyk's lie, Raj?
It's really not all that bad. He does have an opportunity, I believe, to reach this green. It's in a very heavy area, but the ball, Johnny, as we've seen many times this week, really there is some grass underneath the ball. There is some air underneath the ball, so he may be able to hit some kind of flyer and run it up here.
What doesn't he want to do here?
Well, obviously chunk it for openers, but I don't think you'd want to miss right. You'd like to keep the ball underneath the hole and on the left-hand side. The ball has squibbed to the right some. That comes up. I don't know if that'll reach the bunker short of the green or stay in the rough.
Just short of the bunker in an awkward spot. Not a good shot at all.
Stephen Leaney now 159 yards to the hole. Beautiful tee shot he hit here. I think the best swing he's made so far.
I give him a lot of credit. He's made 2 bogeys already, but he's made 2 birdies, so he's had a couple quality shots there and made some nice putts. So he's hanging in there, Roger.
And now against the players, trying to gauge just how much.
Flagstick is sort of the back middle right.
This is an 8-iron. Ball starts right at the hole, turning left toward the center of the green.
There is Leaney's up and down round so far. Bogey, birdie, bogey, birdie. He remains at even par, 7 under. We mentioned him from that small town in Western Australia, population 10,000, Bustleton. And Leaney could be in for a pretty big day for a guy from a small town in Australia.
Like most kids, we all watch major championships. We all dream about doing it. And I used to play down there when I was 10, 12 years old with my friends thinking about winning, major championships. So I know that they're all going to be watching, and most of Australia's going to be watching. So
he says it is standard procedure in Australia for young kids to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and watch the U.S. Open and the rest of the major championships unfold. And asked him last night who he watched as a kid, and he said everybody watched Greg Norman. Just said Greg has had such a big part in the Australian golf booming out there.
Mike Weir at the 8th hole after a tremendous second shot. He hooked, or he sliced his drive way out into the left rough, played up over the trees. Just a marvelous shot to get it there for that birdie putt.
Can't believe it broke that way. He hit it right where he wanted.
Weir's going to remain 7 back. But the only player under par in the last 12 groups.
Yeah, the bottom has fallen out of 3rd place and on up. It's basically almost like a little tournament between Furyk and Laney right now.
And here's Furyk at the 5th.
Well, he's gotten very fortunate here. Actually, he's drawn a very good lie. Ball is a little bit above his feet. Had it gone, say, another 6 to 8 inches, then he'd be on a downhill slope, but really relatively level. Plenty of green to work with, pitching uphill, green slope toward him.
Furyk has a chance there to save it. Let's go to Jimmy Roberts.
Well, not too often that a player can finish the U.S. Open and be at 4 over par, 284, and consider it to be a successful week. Tom, I know you would have liked to have played better, but you said you wanted to raise awareness for ALS. I guess a 65 in the first round of the championship by a 53-year-old will do that.
It did. The last 3 rounds weren't much to talk about, but first round was a magical day with my caddy Bruce out there. We had a wonderful day, and a memory that will go right up there in the top of my memory list out here in the tour.
Was it a little bittersweet this week? I know that you played so well, and at some point after you shot that low round, you had to be focusing on, yeah, hey, I've got this back. But then this story just took off because so many people were interested and cared.
Well, the interest in the care was, there was an outpouring of it this week, and that hope that translates into some action as far as what we can do for ALS and find that magical cure. So I think there's a cure out there, and we need to progress faster. As far as my play is concerned, I didn't play all that well this week, except for that first round. It was I struggled the last 3 rounds and didn't play my best, but I hung in there, and I'm pretty happy with shooting 284. But it could have been better if my ball striking was up to par.
We're out to the 5th hole. This is Stephen Laney for birdie. Tom will continue in just 1 second. Laney at 7 under par, a long birdie putt, and a tough par 4. Tom, I would imagine that there are parts of this week that were bittersweet, as we mentioned, but is there one memory from this week that you'll look back on when you think about this week?
Yeah, Bruce's tears. They'll always be with me, and that's etched right into my heart. That what he's going through is a horrible thing, and I just I want to find something for him.
Okay, well, Tom, you've been a champion, especially for the way that you've taken care of Bruce and pledged your support for him and all of his medical care. Thank you very much. Congratulations on a great week. Let's go back out to the course.
Thank you, Jimmy. That man, Tom Watson, has poured himself into trying to find a cure for that disease. Now, Furyk for his par.
It's a hook putt. Throwing it out there pretty far, actually.
Oh, it dropped in. That was a little reminiscent of Watson's putt in the round of 65, which kind of hung on the lip. So 5 pars in a row for Furyk, and he remains 10 under. Again, just the 3rd player to reach 10 under in a U.S. Open.
Very great par, really, there from the left rough to be able to get that up and in right of the green, and then that speed. He has such great speed with the mid-range putts and short putts. They just die into the hole.
Get the feeling that it might be Jim Furyk's day. Let's go to Vijay Singh.
Second shot at the par 5.
Huge drive for Vijay, just 202 to the hole.
Golden opportunity here, Mark. Hole in the back left portion of the green.
Didn't really take advantage of it, Gary. Not a bad shot, but certainly not a very good one.
The ball you see on the green is that of Nick Price, who is there in 2, so he'll have a makeable eagle putt. So we go to 17. Tiger Woods, 247 yards with a 4-iron.
Probably going with the sky ball shot, huh?
Yeah, looks like he's trying to take it way up in the air, and he has.
Come on.
Oh. Johnny, best shot we've seen at 17 today.
Well, it's a shot that just other players can't hit. That ball came down like most players' 8-iron.
We move back to the tee at 6, the 555-yard dogleg right par 5. It's been the easiest hole on the course throughout this championship. A stroke average of only about 4.7.
It's all about that tee shot, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, Johnny. Bunkers down the left-hand side, the creek and the hazard just some 5, 6, 7 yards right of the right edge of the fairway.
He's hit a couple drives to the right, tee shots to the right.
There's a good look down at the hole, all the way to the green. Fairway just about 24 yards wide as it gets past those bunkers. Laney will be playing first. How's that one look, Roger?
Well, this looks to be a pretty good tee shot. Going down the right-hand side, I think it should be far enough left to stay in the fairway.
Yeah, it's really running, too. It is ideally positioned for the back left hole location. You should be able to reach the green, no problem. Johnny, how would you assess his start so far? I mean, I know he's made all pars, but...
Well, he's had to struggle on 2 of the pars, made great par saves. One was on 2 and 5. Could have birdied number 1, but all in all, I think he's pretty happy with it, especially if he knows what the rest of the field's done. Gee, the rest of the field is just playing poorly, I think. Today, anyway.
A good-looking tee shot.
Yep, right up the heart of the fairway. He's 5th on the PGA Tour in driving accuracy. Hits the fairway over 75% of the time. Certainly with a clutch swing there.
Well, we talked about how this could be the final U.S. Open for Tom Watson. Got the special exemption to this championship, but if he's able to win the U.S. Senior Open, which comes your way Saturday, June 28th on NBC, he could be back at Shinnecock Hills next year.
I cannot wait for Shinnecock Hills. I mean, there is, I think, the greatest course in America as far as tee to green shot values, and the wind and the gnarliness of it.
You can hear the rough growing out there now. Or in that year in '95, you called the Dingle Dangles.
Yeah, that fescue stuff with the seed heads. Boy, it wraps around the hosel of your club. You hit those quick duck hooks.
Vijay Singh now up at the green with a long putt for an eagle. Motioning with his hands there, Mark. He thinks it's going to break about 18 inches, something like that?
I think so. I'm not sure it's going to break that much.
Fairly slow putt in this direction.
He really needs to have something like this go in to sort of jumpstart his round.
He had 1 at 2 like this.
Boy, he hammered it. Boy, a little easier than that one might have gone.
It's a tough second putt, though, coming back down the hill. Over at 17, Tiger Woods for birdie. Still haven't seen a birdie here yet today. Very quick putt here. I don't think it'll hang on. Oh, and look at that, Johnny. He just got that ball started, and look where it has gone. It's a good 5-6 feet by.
Yeah, we saw Ricky Barnes do the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Even farther past earlier.
Anything from above that hole is so fast.
He's looking at it like, gee. What a week he's had, huh? Nothing has really gone his way.
At the 6th, Nick Price, putt for an eagle, chance to get to 4 under.
This one looks to me, Gary, like it may want to go just a little bit to the right.
I think it will as it gets near the hole mark. It's nowhere near firm enough.
Well, this pair really didn't play this 6-hole stretch very well at all for what they needed to do.
Price will have a short putt to get back to 3 under par for the championship, but that means he's 2 over par in that 6-hole stretch Mark Rolfing's talking about. Second shot for Billy Mayfair at 9, 60 yards. Perfectly positioned, right-hand side of the fairway to this front left hole location. And a good shot by Mayfair. Back at the 6th.
Gary, this is about as tough a second putt as you're going to see. Dan Forsman a little while ago was up above the hole from about this distance, maybe a little longer, lifted out and had a 9-footer coming back up the hill.
Yeah, this is severely downhill. Over 17, Tiger for his par. Okay, good stroke. Nice par, remains at 3 over for the championship. Back at the 6th. Nick Price for birdie.
Amazing how 5,000 or 6,000 people can be so quiet right now, Gary, watching this. Tough hole location here.
All right, safely in for Price. He moves to 3 under par.
Gary, a 7-shot difference in the way Nick Price played the first 6 holes today as opposed to yesterday.
Jay for his par to remain at 3 under. So a 3-putt par for Singh. He will dejectedly move toward the 7th tee. We go back out in the fairway. And Roger, who's going to play first?
Jim Furyk is away, has 228 to the hole, 205 yards to the front. Of course, the wind helping the players here. He has selected a 5-iron, so I'm sure he's not trying to carry this any more than the very front of the green. Coming downwind, has this green been releasing quite a bit?
Yeah, it has. Roger, the only shots that we've seen anywhere near the hole have really literally landed right around the front edge of the green. Hole's cut some 23 yards back into the putting surface, but you can't carry the ball anywhere near the hole location and get it to stop.
I would look for him to try to flight a draw coming in here, Gary. Just turning a little right to left. This is at the flagstick.
Oh, really a bit unlucky. Ball hit very softly. Stephen Laney next to play. New irons in the bag. Just had the lie angle changed last week. Complained that he was hitting them too straight. I didn't know there was such a thing. He said he likes to play left to right, and he wasn't able to do that with the irons, so he had a little work done on him, and said it was really causing some problems lining up. The ball would go dead straight every time.
That's now a 5-iron from 221. That's hit it very high, just a little left of the hole, but a good-looking shot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and this one lands very softly. 2 very well executed shots, and I think both a little disappointed the results weren't better. They will both have eagle putts. We'll move ahead to 7.
And Nick Price checking a few things out there in the backswing.
Got a little bit of breeze from the right at the moment, Murph. Both Nick and VJ played that 6-hole stretch 2 over. I think they needed really to play it 2 under.
41 feet down from the tee to the green. The wind, for some reason, is really fooling the players here. Quite a few balls in the front bunker, a lot of balls in the left bunker. Let's go forward to 18 green.
And Kenny Perry for a closing birdie here, albeit a long one.
One of the few good rounds, really. Started at +2.
It's going to be the best round of the day right now. 3 under 67 for Perry. Back to 7.
VJ with a 6-iron.
This one is headed just right of the flag. Looks to be the right distance. Just a little long.
Very firm. He only landed 2 or 3 yards past the hole, but it's very firm in the middle of that green.
Tiger Woods, one big lash left here. .460-yard par 4. And that is deep.
Yeah, that's what he wants.
Let's go to Jimmy Roberts again.
Dan, thanks very much. Here with, I'm guessing, is probably the most famous non-competitor in the field this week, Bruce Edwards. I thought I was at a Bruce Springsteen concert on the 18th green there, people yelling, "Bruce, Bruce." What were your thoughts as you were walking today and hearing some of the cheers for you?
How nice people really are, and that they care, and that I've been really lucky in my career, and I'm not going to let something like this get me down, and we will carry on.
You know, you have been together on and off with Tom, mostly on, for 30 years, which is an extraordinary record for longevity. He talked about you all week. Can you just offer a couple thoughts on what he's meant to you?
He's probably the best thing that ever happened to me in my life. Starting when we were kids, he kind of was the big brother I never had, and we went through the good times, the rough times, the long putts, the three putts, but overall, I've been truly, truly blessed.
If there's one memory from this week that you'll think back on a very special week, what will it be?
Probably the hug on our last hole on Thursday, because at 53 years old, do what he did, turn back the clock like it's in, and play like a 28-year-old and beat everybody in that first round. That was pretty cool stuff.
Well, Bruce, it was pretty cool stuff watching you, and he said that you inspired him. Thanks so much for joining us, and always the best of luck to you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Let's go back out to the course.
And he's inspired all of us this week. Out to the 6th.
A lengthy eagle putt for Stephen Leaney. Slow one up the hill, moving to his right. It's gotta go, gotta go. Over at the 9th, Mike Weir, this a moment ago, short par putt. Playing in the same group, Billy Mayfair managed to 2-putt for his par. We go back to the 6th, and the eagle putt now for Jim Furyk. Roger, you think he learned anything watching Leaney's?
I certainly do. This putt's deeply uphill, but he got a very good look at the pace. That's not going to get there either.
To the 18th.
After this big swat in the middle of the fairway, Tiger Woods is second.
Looking right at it. Just a wedge. Just a smooth little sand wedge on this 460-yard hole. Should bite.
Remember, there's one more birdie left.
and Tiger's putter as the defending champion. The wildest last year at Bethpage Black.
Well, he's 2 over par, another over par round. You know, he talked earlier, what are you kidding? I'm in a slump. I won 3 times earlier this year. Of course, the last win was at our Bay Hill that we covered. But I believe he is sort of in a slump because since then, at the Masters, he shoots 76, 73, 66, 75, and 29th in Germany. And he has a big round in Memorial the last round, but he had a mid-70 round there, and then here he's shot another 75. So the difference in Tiger's game is that his bad round used to be about a 71, maybe a 70. That was a lousy round for Tiger. Now his bad round is 75 or 6, so that is the big difference. And I call that a bit of a slump since his last win.
We'll say this, that after this week, he will not hold one of the 4 major championship trophies for the first time since August of '99, almost 4 years. As we go to the 6th.
Just a moment ago, and he does manage to get the birdie. Moves to 8 under par. Now live, Furyk to match him. Just part of his pre-shot routine. Does this on every putt. And Johnny, you like it, don't you?
I do, because you could really, Tom Watson also always said the best read you'll ever get is when you're over the ball. You can feel it in your feet. And when you're on the putting green, putting by yourself and you walk up to a 3-footer, you never misread it. You don't line it up either. You can just feel it.
So Furyk makes birdie, moves to 11 under par, maintains the 3-stroke lead over Leany. They move to the par 3 7th.
Pretty good start by Mr. Furyk, really. Got 1 under through those easy holes, quote unquote easy holes. So I think he's done his job. And he hasn't shaken Leany yet, has he?
Gonna make that a little easier.
Nick Price just missed his par putt. This is VJ for his par here on 7. Good par. What a hole this has been. Wind is fooling the players here. Stephen Leany, can you imagine? Out of all the guys that started within 8 shots of the lead, he's the only man under par. This golf course has turned on the players today. Number 7 playing 208 yards. Roger Maltby, you've been watching. Your impression about Stephen so far?
Well, I think he was a little nervous at the start, and I think pretty much from the comments he made at the end of yesterday's round that he was going to be nervous, and I think he's worked his way through that now. He's made a series of good-looking swings. I think he's got his rhythm back, and his confidence is again up. So I would look for him to keep playing well. I don't think he's going to fold up anytime soon anyway, Murph.
He doesn't give that impression. He's a winner.
Still, he's got a lot on his plate. He's been to the qualifying school 5 times, not gotten through. He's trying to play and earn enough to get a conditional card, so to speak, on the PGA Tour, and in conjunction with trying to win the U.S. Open. There's just a whole lot of stuff that he's got to deal with right now. Not easy.
Choice of clubs, 5-iron. Well struck. This will fly probably past the hole.
This ball has started to the right, is not drawing. It's at the very right side of the green, and that catches and buries on the face of the greenside bunker.
Wow. I've seen a lot of mistakes in similar place, however. Back to Tiger at 18.
This for birdie.
This putt is very fast.
appropriate. Tiger shaking his head, wondering how that didn't go in. A near miss. Back to 7.
And Jim Furyk, also 5-iron.
This ball has started right of the hole, drawing right at the flagstick.
And that'll go all the way through the green, more than likely. No, it's going to stop. Stays on the surface. Good shot. There are times when you just have to try to be a little defensive, and in that case, that means try to get it in the middle of the green. The 7th hole happens to be a hole that it's very difficult to get into the middle of the green. And there you see how difficult this golf course is playing today, and there's one of the great moments. 2 of my pals had a terrific week.
This while we were away.
Stephen Leaney, bad position. This just earlier, as we mentioned. Unfortunate to stop there. That ball can bury as it did. Roger Maltby said just about half the ball. He has to try to get it up first and just hope that it doesn't go too far. But we all know how those buried lies, they come out rolling and spinning forward. Jim Furyk now, Roger. A little difficulty reading through the shade here, I would think.
A little bit. About half of the putt is in the shade. I think it's downhill. Maybe a little on the speedy side. I think it may try to turn a little bit to his left from here.
It does indeed. The danger is the speed, Roger. I've seen 4 guys put it off the green from here.
Well, it's just 2 paces from a false front. If you knock it more than 4 feet, 5 feet by, it's got a real good chance of going off the green.
This has been his key, the speed. He's had the right speed all week. Another perfect example of the same. Jim Furyk's putter is carrying him to the house. The only player in the field who hasn't made a bogey today. That's how this U.S. Open Championship is shaping up. Leaney shot now, Roger.
Well, he is pitching uphill. I have not been able to get over to his ball and see the lie. It appears to be pretty thick in that area, however.
It is. The edges of the bunkers seem to be thicker than some of the rough areas. We cannot see the ball. Popped out nicely, but it's gone 7-8 feet past the hole. Let's go down to Jimmy Roberts.
All right, Murph, thanks very much. Here with Tiger Woods. And Tiger, I know this is obviously a very disappointing day for you. You talked about the other day how the greens were a little bit confusing for you speed-wise. Was this week, was that primarily the issue for you, the putting?
Yeah, because I hit the ball pretty decent this week. I didn't drive it well the first day, but I hit the ball pretty good the last 3 days and got absolutely nothing out of it. And that's when it's awfully frustrating when you don't have the right speed on the putts.
You're so used to winning, and we know that winning motivates you. But how much does not winning motivate you? Does it really put a burr in your saddle?
Well, it's frustrating when you're not able to do what you know you can do. And I think that's the most important thing. If you go out there and if I go out there and play the way I know I can play, then things will take care of themselves. And it's disappointing when I know that I wasn't able to do that this week.
So you don't feel that you're far off from where you want to be anyway, just a question of putting?
Pretty close. I'm pretty close. If you look at my stats and you look at the breaks I got this week, I was so close to putting it together. But that's the way it goes sometimes.
That's golf. Tiger, thanks for joining us. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Back to Stephen Leaney now for a bogey.
Yeah, some movement to the left.
Well, hold that.
Hard 4 there, Murph.
Hard 4. Make a lot of hard 4s in U.S. Opens. now with a tap in for his par. So not a lot of emotion out of Jim Furyk. He goes about his business. And he handles his business very well, by the way. Let's go to 10.
This was a moment ago. Billy Mayfair for par.
This is a difficult hole back into the wind. Nick Price talked about 10, 11, 12 being the heart of the course.
Mayfair went on to make a bogey, and Mayfair falls out of that tie for third with BJ Singh and falls back to 2 under. So we are seeing some separation here. You've got Leany now 4 behind, and the next best player a full 8 shots behind Jim Furyk, Johnny Miller, who seems to be in total control of this championship.
Well, he is. You know, he's playing tee to green better than anyone in the field. If you look at his stats, he's 5th in fairways hit, number 1 in greens in regulation, which seems to be the key stat. That if you look in the last 10 years, that's the one common denominator, is good in scrambling, but most importantly, who's hitting the most greens. And he's putting well. He's driving the ball in the fairway course pretty good distance. He's in at 290 on average, 285 on average. So he's just playing great golf. He's under control, and he's very fortunate. Let's face it. Tiger Woods had a bad championship. Some of the other guns, Mickelson had a bad championship. Sergio, guys that have been there before. VJ fell
Singh
apart.
and Price, the guys that had a chance to catch him today, perhaps.
But not to take anything away from Furyk, because he is shooting an all-time record score right now. If he were to play just even a couple over from here on in, he's going to break the record. He's looking at right now at 269 in the U.S. Open. The all-time record is 272. So not that he's going to par in, but he has played a great championship.
Well, he's 1 birdie away from getting to that 12 under mark, which Tiger posted at the end of the 72 holes at Pebble Beach in 2000, and that is the deepest that anyone has taken it under par. So Jim Furyk, not only with his eyes on the trophy, but with some really historic numbers perhaps to be posted here before this Sunday is out at Olympia Fields. And as we go to the tee at the 8th, this is the beginning of 7 consecutive par 4s and the beginning of the real teeth of the golf course here.
Just needs to keep doing what he's doing. He's not backing off. He's not playing chicken golf. He's using a lot of drivers. He's just saying, hey, I am at the top of my game. I'm going to just keep doing what I do. I got a nice 4-shot lead. And if he was smart, he'd try to make it a 6-shot lead.
Wind in the player's face here. I believe with the driver, the fairway bunker down the left-hand side is still out of play.
Turning in that left foot, which means a sweeping hook, Raj.
And he is doing just that. Going down the left center of the fairway. This should be very good.
He's like a marksman, you know. He's like a marksman on the greens. He's like a marksman on the tee. He's just always been accurate. And if you look at all the major championships, you would have to believe that this championship would be his best chance.
Yeah, I mean, he just got that kind of game. And if it wasn't for Phil Mickelson, he'd be getting all the heat for not winning a major. So, I mean, he's taking his turn. He's got his due now. He's supposed to have won a major by about now, and he's getting it.
Mickelson 0 for 44 in majors, and this is the 32nd major championship for Furyk. And Johnny, this is the man that if there's going to be any chasing done, it's going to have to be from 34-year-old Aussie Stephen Leany.
I'll tell you, if I was Leany, I wouldn't want to give Furyk a 4-stroke bet right now, Roger, with 11 holes to go.
Well, that's true, John, the way Jim's playing. But I got to figure that bogey he made it to last is almost like making a birdie. It was a great saving bogey. Perfect tee shot.
We'll see if Mr. Leany is up to the challenge. This is Jim Furyk's championship. 4-shot lead. We're back at Olympia Fields Country Club. The 8th, Jim Furyk has increased the lead to 4 now over Stephen Leany. The lead was 3 to begin this final round. Furyk's card so far flawless. A birdie at the 6th, the rest pars. Leany's been all over the place with 3 bogeys. and 3 birdies.
Well, I believe it's some kind of little 6-iron shot, but that's been kind of, I don't know. It seems to me that 7-iron is not enough club here. What's the total, 67? That's, yeah, the actual total of the hole is 67. Now 57 area, I feel, is playing, you know, playing at least 63. That's only just a shade more. It's feeling like it should. Flag showing in a little left. Yeah, flag mostly is showing in to me. There might be just a shade of left in it.
Fluff's got a pretty calm demeanor about him.
Fluff did a good job analyzing that, making it clear for Jim.
And he has selected that 6-iron. This ball starts right of the hole and not really turning back left. What a hop it looked like it might have gotten, however.
Take another look from above at the hop. Furyk's approach at 8. Going right for Jim Furyk right now. Now Leaney, Roger.
159 to the hole. Wind kind of kicking up right now, so causing some indecision.
Well, we saw Fluff, Furyk's caddy. Stephen Leaney has been playing a little bit of a caddy searcher as well. His caddy Justin Hoyle went to the hospital on Friday with a heart problem. It's called pericarditis. This is an inflammation around the heart sac. He was replaced by Alistair Howell, that man who works for Matthew Goggin. He had the week off, Goggin did, so Justin got out of the hospital and was to fly home yesterday, and so on the bag is Alistair Howell. Just 3 weeks ago, Leaney's longtime caddy Steve Wallinson left him to work for Colin Montgomery.
I bet he's kicking himself.
This miss hit going to the right, headed for the bunker.
Leaney just hasn't been able to find a groove, and that looks like it's buried in there.
He's hitting those little blockers out to the right that come down real softly, and the bunkers just eat him up.
that long par 3 17th.
That's pretty much dead, I would imagine, isn't it, Raj?
Buried here under the lip.
Well, you can see it just hits it just the way you can, the best you can do.
Not bad.
No, he hit it perfectly is what he did, and just that he had nothing unless he landed it in that long rough and took a gamble of it trickling out and down the hill.
Ahead to 9.
Nick Price ready for his second shot, Mark.
He's got 171, Gary. Wind right at his back.
Johnny mentioned this front left hole location. It has been a tough one today. Just 5 birdies here.
That won't be a very nice spot there.
No, that's not good. Long left and in the thick rough.
That was a missed club by 1 full club, Gary.
The iron play of these two really has been terrible the first 9 holes.
Singh next to play.
PJ just bogeyed the 8th from the middle of the fairway. This from 168.
Fortunate it's not in the long stuff, but still not very good as we go back to 8.
Jim Furyk trying to distance himself even further from the field and Leaney. Raj.
This putt should move a little bit from his right to left. Slightly downhill.
That stopped like it had glue up there, Roger.
Yeah, it sure did.
Easy par for Furyk. Remains at 11 under. He still might see his lead grow depending on what Leaney can do with his par putt coming up. Next Sunday at 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific on NBC. It is Arena Bowl 17. And recently the Arena Bowl has been unkind to the visitors, sending the road team packing over the past 4 seasons. Arizona looks to change that pattern when they travel to Tampa Bay. Leaney for his par now.
I tell you what, in 8 holes, he's hit a tremendous amount of loose shots. It's been pretty heroic to make the birdies he has. But he's been all over the golf course.
Well, he started out loose, and then he made a series of good swings, and now the last 2 holes, he's kind of gotten loose again. So he got another buried lie in the bunker. Didn't play that bad a shot to get here.
Most all of his bad shots have been right, just
Yes,
not
they
releasing
have.
it.
Yes, they have. Downhill, moving a little left.
Just 1 par on his card. That's the 4th bogey, 3 birdies. He drops to 6, and the lead is a full 5 shots.
That's getting to be a heck of a lead, I'll tell you that. 5 shots with 10 holes to go. On top of your game, you can get where you stick your chest out and say, this is mine, baby.
Let's go to 9, baby.
Nick Price playing a very tough little 3rd shot, Mark.
Well, the lie is decent, Gary. He does have the wind helping him because it's into him slightly. I think the key here is he wants to land this ball up on the green because it's actually flatter the closer you get to the hole. If he lands it short, say maybe in the collar, it's a pretty severe downslope.
Look at this. He has only hit 3 greens in regulation in the front 9. Nicely played. Let's take a look at Price's technique out of this long rough. Pick the club up quickly. Make sure to accelerate it through the grass, which Nick does with virtually every club. I tell you what, Johnny, that was very close to a double hit, wasn't it?
Sure was.
The club came up very quickly, and so did the ball. Back on the tee, Jim Furyk. Ideally, take this off the right-hand fairway bunker and turn it a little right to left.
Got the driver out. He's turning left, though.
Oh, gets a great bounce. Roger kicks dead straight, and it is now absolutely perfect and long. Furyk has played this long 9th hole at 2 under par, 2 birdies and par in his first 3 rounds. a feeling, Johnny, that Leany just needs to make a couple of good swings here and get a little confidence back.
Well, stranger things have happened. I remember in my first Open in 1966, Arnold Palmer was breaking, just like Jim Furyk, breaking the all-time U.S. Open scoring record. And everybody was, oh, go Arnie, and smiling. Casper says, I hope I can finish second. I'll have to play well. 7 shots down with 9 to go. How'd you do? In the playoff, won it the next day, Casper did.
This is a good-looking tee shot here.
Will be in the right-hand side of the fairway and in beautiful position. So we go up to Vijay Singh and his par putt.
He's got about 7 feet up the hill. Will turn to his right. And that was an outward 9 of 40 strokes for Vijay Singh.
Over to 15.
Where we catch up with our sharply dressed 28-year-old Swede Fredrik Jakobsen, right out of the Jesper Parnevik School of Wardrobe. He played some serious golf, especially in the first 2 rounds, 69 and 67, had the 73 yesterday. And he's got the hair all moosed up again on this Sunday. Jim Furyk in control with a 5-shot lead over Stephen Leany. The next best players 9 shots behind. Furyk's got the title and more historic numbers in his sight now.
And this while we were away at the 9th, Nick Price for par. So Price and Singh both shoot 40 on the opening 9.
Really bounced, huh?
Yeah, bounced off the face, goes down, in and out.
We didn't think Vijay Singh would have a tough time shooting his age in the opening 9, Gary, but
yeah. Over at the 12th.
This is a difficult par 4. The 3rd for Mike Weir. Missed the fairway off the tee, but that's going to be a par 4 for the Masters champ to remain at 2 under. Still a full 9 shots back. Yeah, you look at all these players well back of Jim Furyk's lead, Johnny, and then you think back to what Tiger did at Pebble Beach, 12 under, 15-shot win, and you know, if this was Tiger Woods instead of Jim Furyk on top of the leaderboard, we'd be all getting down on our hands and knees, bowing, just talking about how, you know, Tiger tamed this course.
Well, the field's folding like Tiger is leading, I can tell you that. I know the course is not easy, but watch out for this. Watch out.
Over to 9.
Appears that Stephen Leany will be playing first. Roger?
It does perfectly place T-ball down the right-hand side of the fairway. Great angle of play here. This is just a 9-iron. Right of the hole.
Well, and we'll have to be fortunate to stay on the green. A little bit of a false front as it trickles back to the back edge, back to the fringe.
Just haven't seen many good iron shots today. I mean, I hate to be critical, but I'm watching 9-irons and 8-irons, and I mean, guys are hitting 30, 40 feet, 50 feet away from the hole. I mean, you're supposed to be able to get a 9-iron inside of 15 feet.
Well, Furyk next to play, and he's only hit 5 of 8 greens so far today.
Took relief from the crosswalk. It's got a lie with a little more cushion under the ball. Pretty thin the grass is where everybody has crossed the fairway this week.
Perfect hole location for a little draw, isn't it, Gary?
Yeah, it's right at the center of the green. A little thin. I think you got that one, John.
Yeah.
So, 2 long birdie putts at 9, and we go to 18.
And Justin Rose for par. Remember, he made that big splash at the British Open as an amateur years ago, and then really struggled. And now has regained his form, and a tie for ninth is the low European this week with that final round 69. European hasn't won this championship since Tony Jacklin back in 1970. It's a championship that has been dominated by the Americans in recent years, and it was the international contingent which dominated it earlier on in the early years of the championship. And it appears that the Americans will continue the domination if Furyk keeps it up. This 103rd U.S. Open is being brought to you by Wachovia Securities. Together we can achieve uncommon results. And by MasterCard. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
Jim Furyk approaching the 9th green. Good crowds out today. Beautiful day here in the Chicago area. Blue skies, nice temperature. And appreciative applause for the man who holds 5-shot lead. We go to 13.
And Justin Leonard for a birdie attempt. Justin 2 over par, started 2 under. No. The walks aren't the same. Everything changes. Up to 12.
And Weir for his par. Mayfair made a bogey, so Mayfair drops to 1 under. Weir stays at 2 under. And Mike Weir, you can hear a little bit more popular in the United States these days, although he's from Canada, plays all of his golf here in the U.S., but he is no longer flies under the radar. Certainly a major championships, and if Jim Furyk is able to pull this one off, it does change the pressure and the expectations for a player, especially in the majors.
Stephen Laney will be first to putt from right at the very front edge of the green, and Roger, kind of a ridge to come up and over?
It's a very slight, a subtle ridge, but it will have to come up across that at about 20 feet. This is about a 30-foot putt. Uphill, we'll be moving to his left. I would imagine a putt that's on the slow side.
Well done. So Laney should have no problem tapping in for par. That would be only his second par on this first 9.
Well, Mr. Furyk's in a position, guys, that if he were to par in, the odds of losing this thing are about 1,000,000 to 1. So pars have got to be good friends at this point.
Johnny, nobody's put any heat on him yet. He's hit 7 of the 9 greens on the front side. He's kept his ball really out of jeopardy, except for 2 holes there, 2 and 5 when he found some trouble. But really, it's been a very well-managed game to this point. He has not put the ball where you can't play from.
Yeah, he hasn't done it with luck and snakes and good, necessarily great breaks. He's just done it by hitting the most greens in regulation, Gary.
Well, he does that best. And keep the ball in play. Conservative underneath the hole, but certain par. So Jim Furyk has now gone 10 consecutive holes, going back to the 18th in yesterday's 3rd round without a bogey. And Laney taps in for his par. So they head to the back 9. Final round of the 103rd United States Open Championship. Jim Furyk with a 5-shot lead, and we'll be back in a moment.
This is Jim Furyk's tee shot at the 444-yard par 4.
He's on the left side of the tee, going to hit that swinging hook out there with a 3-wood. And that was not a good shot there. It looks like it's in the grassy bunker over there in the grassy area.
Up to 16.
Fredrik Jakobsen for his second birdie in a row. Cutting out of the back fringe. There we go.
Looks like he borrowed Johnny's pants from Oakmont.
I see the belt. It's that white belt.
Yeah, they've been, now that you showed that piece, there'll be even more guys wearing it.
Back to 15.
David Toms in the much more classic dress, even par for this championship. Claimed that his back was very tender, loosened up a little bit as the week went on, but he hasn't been able to mount a charge either, although he's got a decent round going today at +1.
Well, he's led the field in the greens and regulation, so in reality, it's just been the putting, which is weird.
14.
And Ernie Els' second shot, you saw 170 yards. The players seem to be laying up way back in the fairway, and it's a very difficult hole to get out from that distance. Back to 10.
And this was Vijay Singh's bid for par a moment ago at 10. Wow. It's going to be 3 in a row for Vijay drop shots.
I think he's 9 over the last 17 holes he's played.
Had a share of the lead at 9 under with Furyk after the 11th yesterday. And now he finds himself 11 shots behind. Out to Furyk now.
I'm sorry?
Well, after missing this fairway, has found himself up near the end of the first fairway bunker on the right-hand side, 189 yards to the hole, and he's going to have to get this up quickly, John. I don't believe he can get enough club on the ball and get it up quick enough to get it to the green. I think he's going to have to play underneath the green and try to pitch and save his par that way.
He's looking right at the flagstick to play a hook.
He's just putting it out in the fairway, John.
Up to 13.
And Billy Mayfair trying to make a birdie, which is eluding the players right now. The ball just doesn't want to go. Billy's 2 over today. Back to 17T.
247-yard par 3. Fredrik Jakobsen. That's a 4-iron. You better really, yeah, that didn't sound like enough club. Back to 10.
And Leaney with an opening is second here.
136 yards to the hole, uphill a little bit into the wind.
Maybe the charging train that's going by could get Leaney charging, but he doesn't like that.
It's pulled well left of the hole.
Yeah, that's another one of those iron shots that's just not that fine.
Well, Johnny, you've remarked in the past in watching Jim Furyk on the PGA Tour about how his swing has changed a little bit, especially in the last couple of years or so.
Well, let's take a look at this. Take a look on the left, and yesterday is on the right. Watch the takeaway. Look at how shut that club is there. But look at the difference. See the shaft angle here and here? That means he has to drop it way over to there, and he just drops it in almost the same position there. Very similar. Look at the foot action, knee action, follow through is the same. Everything there is the same. The chase, the reverse C, the body angle, identical. He was playing a hook. See how the club is laying this way, and when it's laying this way, it's a fade. And that he's playing more draws now. You can see that club horizontal when you draw it. He releases his right shoulder more, but yeah, it's less makeup moves. He's not quite so much outside, but it's definitely a homemade swing. It's not a swing that you're going to have too many people copy.
That's now a sand iron from 71 yards. It needs to get down, it looks like.
Comes back a little bit to follow up that unconventional swing by Furyk, Johnny. The late Jim Murray, the great columnist, once wrote, "I've seen more form on a guy fighting a swarm of bees." A lot of guys through the years who have tried to characterize Jim Furyk's swing, but it really was Bruce Litsky who told his father, Mike, long-time teaching pro who taught Jim the game, he said, don't change that swing. Help him trust it. Help him trust that swing, and it'll take him wherever he wants to go. And that's exactly what the philosophy that the two have used. They haven't changed it, and now we've just kind of grown accustomed to it. He used to go in the media press center after rounds, and all the press wanted to do was talk about a swing for about 45 minutes, and frankly, it got Furyk a little bit frustrated, but we've all accepted it, and no one talks about it now. It works.
Well, in the 70s, to be honest with you, that was a swing that you saw something like that, 1 out of about 8 players. A ton of guys swung that way. You had Miller Barber doing that, Gabe Brewer was doing that, and Hubert Green was doing it a little bit. I did it. Trevino took the club way outside and dropped it in. There was a ton of guys that swung that. Tony Lima was swinging that way. There was a lot of guys that drop it, take it out, and then drop it into the slot and swing with that reverse C. It's a very effective way to hit a golf shot.
Okay, scrambling for a par here, though, at the 10th. Leaney will go first, but Furyk has only 6 bogeys in the entire championship, his last 11 holes ago. So Leaney with a chance here to gain a little bit of ground.
Well, this really not something I would term a makeable sort of putt. Downhill for a little better than 30 feet, will swing pretty good to his right. This would be one you really, I think, you'd be happy to two-putt.
Talked about Furyk's father. Stephen Leaney's father had surgery a week ago today, had a growth removed from his stomach and his esophagus, Peter Leaney, and he has been watching this championship in the hospital. And Stephen wanted to make sure that we offered him our best.
Gets it down there very gingerly. Should start turning right a little bit at the end.
So maybe a par will still pick up a shot. Yeah. And perhaps get within 4.
I mean, you really, Roger, you don't know for sure that Furyk is going to continue to play this great golf. He's already done 1 hiccup here, possibly at 10.
Well, here is this illustrates Leaney's unlikely position that he's in. He's never played the Masters. His only other Open, he missed the cut. 6 starts in the British Open, 5 missed cuts there. A couple of times in the PGA Championship, a missed cut. That's what a long shot this guy is. Even though he's 23rd on the money list, has 4 European Tour wins, but out of his league, really.
Playing a big hooking putt here, just touching it. Is it going to get there? Very cautious now with his 5-shot lead, which is about to be 4.
Ahead to 17.
Frederick Jakobsen from the front bunker, the long par 3. Good lie. Splash it out. Let it release up. Well, don't get it up above the hole, though. That leaves a tough putt. Although this man is leading the field in putting this week. As we go back to 10.
Leaney's got to have this.
This putt might try to move a little bit to his left.
Not much to it, though.
No, there really isn't, John. He's giving this a pretty hard look, though. It's like he doesn't understand the putt. Yep, no problem.
So a couple of pars after the journey on the front 9, which yielded just 2 pars.
I'll tell you, if I was Leaney right now, he's got a 4-shot cushion on 3rd. I'd be fairly aggressive, to be honest with you, because, why not? I mean, you can drop a couple and still get a second, so why not give it a shot?
So Furyk now for the bogey. And the lead is trimmed. Still with 8 holes left, Jim Furyk with a 4-shot lead in the 103rd U.S. Open Championship. Mike Weir through 13, 8 back. And we're seeing the number of players that are under par dwindling as this Sunday at the Open goes on.
Welcome back to the U.S. Open Championship. While we were away, Mike Weir at the 14th hole took a driver, slammed it down. He's got 97 yards to the hole. Look out. This hole location has just beaten these guys to death, but Mike drove it past the bunker, took advantage of it to the tee at 11.
Par 4, 467 yards. Look at how Furyk has played it thus far.
Well, he's back into the breeze a little bit. And he's got that left foot turned in, which means he's going to hit a sweeping draw down the right side.
John Stephen Laney has already driven the ball in the fairway bunkers down the right-hand side. So an opening here of sorts for Jim to widen the lead if he can get the ball in the fairway. Ball starts down the right at the bunkers, turning right toward the center of the fairway. Beautiful tee shot.
Just what he needed.
Has the look of a guy who's going to close the deal, but we want to show you Leany's tee shot that Roger described earlier.
You can see him aiming right. I guess he was trying to play a draw on.
Instead, Leany.
Well, that's what he's been doing all day. If you watch his game, about every half the shots are just a third of the shots are going right.
Outpouring of affection continues for Bruce Edwards.
Yeah, it's great that he gets that, but I have a feeling Tom wanted it too. I mean, that's a great memorabilia there with that pitching.
Well, let's go to the 17th here, Gary.
And this just a moment ago, the par putt for Fredrik Jakobsen. Oh, what a good stroke. I mentioned he was leading the field in putting. So a nice sand save there. He remains at 1 under for the championship, playing in his first U.S. Open as we go to 12.
And check in with Dickie Pride, who was one of those golfers in the last few groups who had ideas of making a run at this championship, but +5. He has gone down the leaderboard now at +1. Has 156 yards left here to the tricky par 4.
Playing a nice high cut shot. See if he's playing for it. Not too bad there, Dickie Pride.
Top 10 will get him into the next stop at Westchester next week in New York. As we go to the tee at 15. Mike Weir coming off the birdie at 14 to get to 3 under. He's in solo third at the moment. Just 6 players under par. 19 players began the day under par, and now there are just 6.
And every player in the last 8 groups is over par except Weir, who's under, and then Furyk is even. So, I mean, if you look at the first page of that leaderboard, the odor is not real good by the play that's been performed thus far.
You see the 26-foot drop. This 15th, one of 2 par 3s in the last 4 holes.
This doesn't set up this flagstick and his shot shape that great, but the wind is going right to left. So he could aim right at it with a draw and it'll go dead straight. Oh, he's firing. He's just taking dead aim. It's nice to see guys actually hitting irons on line with the flagstick.
Yeah, he's got a shot at creeping up in there into the 2nd position.
Yep.
As we go back to 11, because Leany's got some problems.
196 yards to the hole, uphill, into the wind. Hole cut in the right front portion of the green. And has a It has a good lie, but should be easy enough to carry the lip in front of him. He's back far enough that shouldn't be a problem. This is a 4-iron, and he's got this ball headed a little left, headed toward the bunker on the left-hand side. That will catch the green side bunker.
Leedy, a very accurate player normally, 4th in greens and regulation on the European Tour this year.
It is.
And this man's situated in a great spot, Raj.
He sure is, perfectly placed. 172 yards to the hole, 160 to the front edge hole on the green, 12 paces. And now, John, it's keep it on the safe side of the hole, on the short side, and put it into the center of the green.
You would think so, but I'm not so sure he isn't going to go right at it. He's looking right at it. He's not looking left.
This ball just barely left to the hole, Johnny.
Yeah, he was looking right at it and then maybe going to draw it away, but he wasn't playing to the middle of the green.
You know, for some players, sometimes bad things can happen when you change the game plan that's been working all week, and you can get going the other way. Let's take a look at Jim Furyk's unusual swing again from the swing view at 11.
You can see how much right he is aiming because he wants to hit it this direction. Takes it back straight up, and then watch the drop in right there, and look at how he's on his right hip and then hits it with his right hip. That's a very powerful move, to connect your elbow to your right hip and then fire your right hip. It's like a battering ram. So there it is, drops it onto the hip, right elbow on the hip, and then fires that hip parallel to the ball. That was Trevino's key in his prime, is he wanted that right hip to line up with the golf ball at impact. That's how much he wanted to drive it up in there.
Furyk's got a little different physique than Lee Trevino. I mean, there's not 1 ounce of fat on that body. You got to be pretty lean and mean to make all those kind of contortions over to 17.
And bunker cam. Tim Petrovic. Ooh, nice shot. And just a moment ago, so Petrovic should be able to save par and remain at 2 over. We go to 18.
Remember Brett Quigley tied for the first round lead with Tom Watson after that opening 65, 74, 71, another +4 round today. And on this Father's Day, that has to be a great moment as well. His caddy, his dad, Paul on the back. And there is Mr. Furyk, Mike Furyk, former club pro who has been Jim's only coach, and his mom, Linda.
Trying to enjoy it, but it's basically in a 4.5-hour Maalox moment there. I mean,
that's not Furyk's mother, but there is Mike. He's been his only coach. On Father's Day, follow him around in the final round of the U.S. Open, and knowing that he could be just a short time away from realizing a lifelong dream. At 11, 3rd for Leedy.
He's drawn a good lie in the bunker, a little bit of an upslope. Plenty of green to work with here.
Hold on.
What's going on, Reg?
Camera. Somebody took a snapshot from the right-hand side. Phalanx of photographers that are following this group.
Pretty good shot. He's got a chance to remain at 6 under. And when you have that kind of involvement with your son, like Mike Furyk has had with Jim through the years, no doubt that Jim told us earlier he has had a huge influence on him.
You know, being Father's Day, my dad's been my teacher since I was a kid, and you know, my parents are both. My father is very much a part of my career and my life. He manages a lot of my business affairs. We do a lot of things together in business, and we're very close. We're a very close-knit family, and I wouldn't be here today without his help or without my mother's help.
That's nice. Very nice.
Jim says he and his father have 3 relationships: that of father-son, coach-student, and buddy-buddy.
business guy.
Involved, like Jim said, in every aspect. I mean, you can't be more involved in your son's golf game than this guy is. He's out there underneath the ropes, watching, walking. Birdie putt.
It's got a slice in it. You see it throwing out to the left. It's had great speed all week. Just great speed. The best speed of anybody.
And remember, we showed it earlier in the telecast as they saw each other on the golf course. Talked about how we've seen all of that concentration and steely-eyed glares from Jim Furyk through the years. His eyes were moist after that hug on this Father's Day Sunday, and trying to get the job done, not only for himself and his family, but you can bet make his dad proud today.
He probably said, "Dad, I want to get this one for you," and that'll break you up right there.
Like we began the day, all of those champions of the past, Curtis Strange, Andy North, you, so thankful for the role your father played in getting you this championship. Goes on and on the list.
You had some exceptions. You know, Jack Nicklaus's dad was right there in every aspect of his growing up. Died early, of course, but there's been exceptions like Trevino, who was able to do it on his own, but it's a lot easier when you got a father basically saying, "I'm proud of you, son. I love you. You're going great."
Okay, Leany for his par.
Trying to regroup after that distraction. This one should have just a little to his right.
That is bogey number 5 for Leany.
Again, a 5-shot lead.
Talking with Leany last night, he says, "I know I'm going to have some difficult moments." And he says he was going to go through the routine last night like he does in every tournament he does, and to write down notes on what I need to do when things happen. And I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "I know I'm going to make bogeys, I know I'm going to make birdies, and I just got to remember how to react." Well, I don't know if he's got any kind of script that can get him closer to Jim Furyk, because the lead has swelled again to 5.
Furyk's looking like he's feeling pretty good right now. Do you see that look on his face?
Well, you might have seen Weir updated on the leaderboard. This was his birdie attempt at 15. So Weir with a par there remains at 3 under, and he's now crept to within 2 of Leany, 16.
This is the second shot for Ernie Els. The 451-yard par 4, that from 108 yards a moment ago. Oh! Almost in the hole, and you see the other ball sitting there. That's the second shot of Justin Leonard. So they both went on to make birdie threes at this easiest par 4 on the back 9. Today, the MetLife Blimp Snoopy 2 is navigating high in the skies above Olympia Fields to provide aerial coverage of this afternoon's final round of the 103rd U.S. Open. MetLife Blimp reaches a maximum speed of some 55 miles an hour at an altitude of some 7,000 feet. So we'll look for the Blimps and further sporting events throughout the year. As we go to 18.
Frederick Jakobsen for birdie.
Got to put it up the hill. Now it's going to rise up under the tier right now. It's got it right up there. Just leaves himself underneath the hole. Not a great putt, but not bad either.
Got a chance to finish under par in his 8th year of the European Tour, just 28 years old. Let's go to 16.
Mike Weir on the tee. Ed Sneeds right there.
Gary, this has really been, I think, sort of a courageous tournament for Mike Weir. He had some disasters in the first round, and he fought back for a good round. If he hadn't had those, he would be right in second place.
Well, the disasters you're talking about, double bogey on the 8th and 9th holes consecutively in the opening round. Maybe another double in the second round.
Right, and a bogey on 7, so he went 5 over for those 3 holes.
We go back to 12.
And the next test for the final pair, 458-yard par 4. Again with that blind tee shot. Furyk's played at +1.
It's got a lot of danger right here. You don't want to have a hiccup here and hit a quick hook or something. Roger, you can make double bogey here without thinking about it. It's the hardest hole on the golf course.
There is an out-of-bounds fence running down the left-hand side of this fairway. You're right, you do not want to duck hook it here.
It's back into the wind, isn't it, Roger?
It is. The wind gusting a little bit right now, right into the player's face.
Important tee shot for both of them. Oh, he gets a terrific bounce out of the long rough. That's a good break there, Roger. Hit into the primary cut and kick right. Got a very nice swing. His follow through is a little like Stuart Appleby. I don't know if it's an Australian thing, because he doesn't need to finish in that sort of a lazy position, because the rest of his swing is really textbook. But the one thing he does is unusual is irons. He almost picks the ball. He hits it very sweepy. It doesn't make a nice sound. It's sort of a little bit of a clank.
Shot here, Johnny.
Leaney said he couldn't help but think about the last big championship played here, the U.S. Senior Open, when Graham Marsh won it. Said he could have used his inspiration today. It's going to take something very special to catch Furyk. A moment ago, Fredrik Jakobsen trying to remain a part of that group. Under par.
Not a hard putt either. That was just a left center putt. Hit a left edge and too hard, but he's putted great this week. Has a very unorthodox swing. It's not a pretty swing, but he gets the job done. Good playing there, huh?
So now just 5 players under par, but good showing for Jakobsen, tying for 6th right now in his first Open. The top 8 get into next year's Masters. 17.
Ernie Els on the tee, long par 3, with a 4-iron. He's leaning like it might be right. Ooh, good break. Jumps up into the bunker. Still have yet to see a birdie here at 17 today. Hardest hole on the course as we go to 12.
And Jim Furyk, as you look at the 24-foot rise up to that elevated green up there, Roger.
189 yards to the hole. Good lie, just in the intermediate cut of rough.
Don't want to come up short, have it running down the hill.
Well, this is a good looking shot, Johnny, right if it's up. No, that's not going to get there.
What's this? Say adios. That's going to run for another 15 seconds.
About the 24 feet up. That is 24 feet back down.
Very lucky if it didn't go into a divot hole, because every ball ends. Look where that ball was, folks, at what time. Darner got down to the water hazard line. So now he's got a pitch shot. If you don't make it, it'll come right back to your feet. A lot like next year when we go to Shinnecock on the 10th hole.
Yeah, a little preview there.
Yes,
second
it is.
for Leaney now.
178 yards to the hole. Wind gusting up a little bit again. In all fairness to Jim, I think the wind gusted when his ball was in the air, Johnny. But it was a bad mistake to make to come up short.
Brutal hole. Just a great hole.
Time to seize the moment, though, for Leaney.
Oh, this ball turning just at the flagstick. What a wonderful looking shot.
Just off the green, Roger, but within 15 feet of the hole. So he's sort of a yo-yo man. He goes down and he goes up.
12 has been the most difficult hole this week. 4.37 stroke average. And Furyk is still in the bottom of that valley. Well, we've looked at Furyk's swing, Johnny. Let's take a look at Stephen Leaney's swing from the swing view.
Boy, it's a good one, I'll tell you that. You can see his address position. Look at his left arm, how straight it is. The extension there still perfect right there, loaded right over his right shoulder, right on plane. Right elbow's pointing right down and drops it right up against his hip, releases it perfectly, keeps his head steady, extends both arms to dead straight, hasn't flipped the left wrist. Look at the bowed left wrist, and in a perfect position on the follow through. Just a little flat there. He could hold that right up against the nape of his neck, and he would have a sort of a Sam Snead-esque swing, a perfect swing if he just did that.
16.
Mike Weir's third from the front bunker.
Gary, he's taking dead aim at everything. I think he's trying to post a score for second place.
Well, it appears that he's got the same outfit on that he had Sunday at the Masters, if I'm not mistaken.
Why wouldn't you?
That's true, Johnny. Golfers aren't superstitious, are they?
The man in black, one of the few in the red here. Next Saturday at 4 Eastern Time, 1 Pacific, the USA Outdoor Track and Field Championships presented by Verizon. You've got the world's fastest man, Tim Montgomery, there, plus Olympic gold medalist Maurice Green, Stacy Dragila, all scheduled to be there. That's next Saturday at 4 o'clock Eastern Time. And back to the 12th. Jim Furyk walked all the way up to the surface of the green, Roger, didn't he?
Yes, he did. To take a look, that ball has come back 40 yards from where it landed. Johnny, I think, has a bit of an advantage. It's gotten into the intermediate cut of rough where he can get a lob wedge, get the club underneath the ball, and be able to hit a real high soft one here.
I'll tell you, if I had the shot, I'm not so sure I'd even be playing at the flagstick, because it might be safer to be 10 feet right of the hole. It's got less carry that way, and that way it won't come down to your feet. But he's got to be careful he doesn't, that he gets it up there.
Well, this is up.
That was fairly predictable. A little right and long. You just can't afford to have it come down to your feet and have it end up in a divot hole, which it could have.
16.
Mike Weir's par putt. Yes. So Mike Weir remains at 3 under par. In 3rd place.
Actually 1 under for the day, Gary.
Yeah, he sure is. He's made 2 birdies and just 1 bogey, and the 1 bogey was the short missed putt at number 9. So very solid round of golf for the Masters champion. 17. Justin Leonard second. Par 3. Tough day for Justin. It's 3 over par. Johnny, this 17th hole has just been brutal. We've talked about how difficult it is to get it anywhere near the hole with the tee shot, but those players that have hit the green have averaged well over 2 putts.
Well, you just got to keep it underneath that hole. That's all there is to it, huh?
Yeah. Well, actually, I think you're almost better off in this front bunker than you are 40 or 50 feet behind the hole.
Oh, he's been a phenomenal bunker player, Ernie Els. Just terrific out of the bunkers. Watch his form, kid. Sets him there, a lot of knee bend. Stays down on it. That wasn't a good one, Gary.
No, that came out a little lower than I think he expected, and leaves a tough downhill putt as we go to 12.
Okay, Jim Furyk, a good distance away from the hole for par, Raj.
Every bit of 25 feet. This one really looks fast, Johnny.
Yep, and it's probably going to be for the first time in a long, long time that he's not going to be double digits under par.
Second shot in the last 3 holes to begin this back 9. And he's going to drop below that double-digit under par mark, which only 2 players previously have been to in this championship, Gil Morgan and Tiger Woods.
It's amazing the difference in scoring today versus the other 3 days. It's like they made us go a few miles down the road and play a different course, because it's this course is getting its revenge for all the riders. It's averaging 72.9 today, and yesterday it was well, the second round was 71.9, so it's one shot harder. But the leaders, I don't know if it's the money or the pressure or the whatever it is, but the leaders are just really, I hate to use the word stinking it up, but that's what they're doing. The average score is going to be like the last page of the leaderboard, like 74 or 5 or something.
Leany hoping for a 2-shot swing here. Oh, just never got it there. He knows that it was a good chance. 17.
Well, this now the bogey putt for Ernie Els. So unable to convert the up and down. He drops back to even par, and now just 4 players are in red figures.
You know, looking at the scorecard, if the guy's parring right now, Gary, Price is going to shoot 75, Singh will shoot 77, Pride will shoot 75, Leggett will shoot 75, Romero will shoot 76, Bird will shoot 75, O'Meara will shoot 77, Calcavecchio 77.
That's if they par in.
These are the guys that were next to Furyk. I mean, it's unbelievable what they're shooting.
The more you look at this leaderboard, it looks like Tiger Woods' name has been replaced by Jim Furyk at the top. Everybody's scrunching down there. Solini with a par. And Furyk with a bogey. Still has a little business here for it. It's going to cut the lead to 4. That cross-handed putting style, which his dad taught him at an early age. At a Pro-Am, his father once asked Arnold Palmer and Gary Player what they would change about the game if they could go back, and both of them said the one thing they would do is learn to putt cross-handed at a young age. So Jim's dad started his son putting that way at the age of 7. It's proved to be a pretty good way to go about it.
He's had such beautiful control of his distance. His putts just fall in the edge.
Okay. Jim Furyk, if he pars in, shoots 271 and eclipses the lowest 72-hole scores turned in by Jack at Baltusrol in 80 when he won, Jansen at Baltusrol in 93, and Tiger's amazing performance at Pebble Beach.
Boy, what a beautiful day weather-wise, though. Huh? Blue skies, just the right amount of wind to make it interesting. Shouldn't kill you. The wind's actually, if anything, let up a little bit from when these guys teed off on the first few holes.
At the 17th there, Gary.
Mike Weir on the tee, and the group in front. Justin Leonard missed his par putt. Dropped back to 2 over par. It's a 4-iron for Mike Weir.
Right at the opening, Gary. Kicked a little right.
Got a bad hop. Gets hung up in the long rough, primary rough. That was so close to being really good.
Did that need to kick that much to the right?
Well, it was an unfortunate bounce and pretty flat in that area.
At 13, Nick Price now for birdie. This earlier. Well, finally I made one. So many of these hole locations are such an incredible look for the fellows. It's just uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. And back on the tee at 13, Stephen Leany teeing it up. The whole fairway actually goes a little bit to the left, and then it's a slight dogleg back to the right. It's about 275 to the bottom of the valley down there where most players end up. Some players try to put it on top. If they do that, they drive it to the right. Tom Watson hit a tree here in the first round off the tee. There you see the hole. What you can't see is the giant valley out there. and with a fairway medal.
This should be good, Murph.
And it'll hit that big ridge and collect back down in the bottom. There you see where most players are, all those divots.
At 18, David Toms finishing up this for par. And you talk about a scorecard that looks like a typical U.S. Open. Tom's part every hole in the back. 1 birdie, 2 bogeys, plus 1, 71. Back to 13.
And Jim Furyk, also fairway medal.
Ball starts to the right, is drawing back. This should bounce to the left side of the fairway.
Just hope you don't go in the divot, huh, guys?
That's exactly right. Well, Jim Furyk is under control. The rest of the field is shaking their head. It's been some day. Much more of the golf that we expected from the very first in this U.S. Open Championship. Number of players over par has dwindled. It's just been incredible to watch. It's a difficult championship to win, without question. We'll be right back.
Jim Furyk looks to put his name on that trophy. 4-shot lead as he plays the 13th.
And 13 and 14, as a matter of fact, Johnny, are going to be 2 hole locations that Jim Furyk really doesn't want to challenge, because if you knock it over each of these greens, you're gambling at double bogey.
His ball is not in the divot, is it?
It is not. He has a good lie, John.
That's good.
149 yards to the hole. Again, the green blind to the players. They can see the top of the flagstick. That's about it.
To 17 first.
Mike Weir with a very awkward shot here.
Gary Koch is sitting down in the rough. This is as deep as I've seen any shot around the green. I think he has a chance here, but it's going to be a great shot if he gets it close.
Got to choke it down to the steel, huh, Gary?
Yeah, it looks like it feet well below the ball. It's got to come out of there fast. A good shot, but it leaves a tough putt for par. Back to 13.
Jim Furyk's going to have another look, Roger. I know that you've got the yardages, you got the pin location, but you still need the confirmation. Where is that thing? How far back do they have it?
You only can see just the top of the flagstick if you're 6 feet like Furyk, Roger?
Yes, that's all he can see is the top of the flagstick from down here. So he knows the line, but he just wanted to confirm just how deep it was into the green, get a good visual take on it. And I agree with you, Murph. I don't see him wanting to get this ball past the center of the green. If it does, well, fine, but I wouldn't try to force one back in there by the hole if I didn't have to.
No, and you don't want to miss it to the right either, by the way.
This ball right at the flagstick.
He's on. He's got it figured out. Let's go up to 18.
And a nice ovation for Justin Leonard and Ernie Els as they make their way up to 18. And there's the birthday boy, Justin, turning 31 years old today on Father's Day. Back to 13.
Jim Furyk certainly has the perfect ball shape for what that whole location calls for, and he executed very well. Leany now, Roger.
129 to the hole. You can see more of the flagstick being as he's on the left side of the fairway. Hill's not quite as steep. This a wedge. Left of the hole toward the center of the green.
Just checks up a little quicker than he expected. Over to 17.
Mike Weir for par to remain at 3 under. They'll move sharply to his left. Just a tough green to putt. Let's join Jimmy Roberts.
Gary, thanks very much here with Mike Furyk and obviously Jim's dad and Jim's mom, Linda, back there, a little bit more nervous perhaps than Mike Furyk. You've seen this before. Is this a difficult thing for you to do, to watch?
Oh, sure it is. I mean, it's it's a great day for all of us, but right now we just want Jim to get it to the house, and we don't want to jinx him or say anything. We just, we want him to win the tournament. I don't care if it's by a shot or 10 shots. I just want to win.
Well, we've made the point that he's not only your son, but you're his coach. So your strategy has been to stay far ahead. Is there anything, you're not really able to see what he's doing. You're just listening more than watching, right?
I know what he's doing. I mean, I've been around golf all my life. I don't really have to be up there to see if he's got a 5-footer or an 8-footer. It really doesn't matter. Right now we're just looking at how solid he plays, fairways and greens, and just, continue his game plan, continue what he's done all week, not change anything.
Let me ask you, of what you see, how would you evaluate his state of mind?
Oh, just excellent. I mean, he's just, it's tough. It's tough being, his age, going in and have a chance to win your first major. If you're tied for the lead, if you're a shot off or a shot ahead, it's not so bad. But when you're in the position he was in today, where he had, I think, Stephen Laney, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, within 3 shots, and then nobody else within 5, it puts a lot more pressure on you. And he's really held up well at this point. I'm just really proud of him. I can't have a better son.
This wouldn't be a bad Father's Day present, would it?
Best Father's Day present in the world, your first child, we have one, and now we have our first grandchild, little Kelly Lynn, and it'd be nice to have our first major with that too.
All right, congratulations. We'll watch on 13 now.
Thanks.
And Jim and his wife Tabitha expecting their second child as well. And might as well mention that Stephen Laney and his wife Tracy are expecting, as PGA Tour family is literally growing here at Olympia Fields Country Club. You saw Justin Leonard on the 72nd hole earlier. He and his wife Amanda expecting a little girl in October.
Laney taking a good long look at this. One thing that puzzles me, he takes no practice swings with the putter. Doesn't need to. Nice birdie there, Stephen Laney. Goes to 6 under, 3 back now. Watch this reaction as Stephen watches the ball. Whew. What a relief. You know what Mr. Furyk said too about just get to the house, boy. You don't want to fall in that frame of mind, do you, Roger? You have to stay right where you are, right on that green right now.
I agree with you. I think if you asked Arnold Palmer about that and what happened in 1966, he would concur. You need to stay in the present.
That's a pretty important putt here, guys. The game is on.
If he answers this one, that shows a lot about how much heart this man has.
Did not break. He put it exactly where he wanted to putt the ball.
I'll tell you what, with the holes coming in and this little exchange last little bit, man, there's a different feel going on right now, Roger. I'm sure Furyk's figured it out real quick.
Big Mo switch.
Yeah, I'll say.
Going to number 14, too. Very difficult driving hole, and if you don't put it in the fairway, you're seeing some funny scores there.
As things have tightened up considerably, the 103rd U.S. Open is brought to you by Mass Mutual Financial Group. You can't predict, you can prepare. And by Ford. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again. And over to 16.
And this just a moment ago, Jonathan Bird's second shot here at the par 4 from 146 yards. Just trying to play a nice little low 3/4 shot in here, skip it back to this back hole location. Oh, he did it nicely. And he would go on to make that putt for birdie and get back to 1 over for the championship. We'll go up to 18.
And here's the birthday boy, Justin Leonard, for his par. That was a moment ago. So Leonard 3 putts for his bogey. First 42 holes, if you track it. Leonard was at 7 under. Just another one of those many players who was seemingly in position to take a run at this championship. For the last 30 holes, plus 10.
It's one of those days, sometimes it's your birthday, when you're blowing all the candles, you can't get one out. And that's just no wishes came true today.
Coming up on NBC Saturday, June 28th, it's the U.S. Senior Open from Inverness Country Club. Tom Watson will be there, Hale Irwin. Hale Irwin, Tom Kite, those 3 players that receive the special exemptions into this championship will be there June 28th, right here.
Be interesting to see if Hale is okay by then.
Yeah, Hale had to withdraw from this championship with back spasms early. This is for par for Ernie Els. Round of plus 272 and a tie for 6th. And we go to the par 3 15th, 189. This is Nick Price. One of 5 players under par.
Seven-iron back left hole location and almost lands it in the hole.
Tee at 14.
Now you see Stephen Leaney, and you do not want to lose this ball to the right, Roger, as he's done today.
You do not. Heavily wooded on the right-hand side. Fairway bunker about 280 down the left.
He likes it.
Playing a little draw of the fairway past the bunker, 17 yards wide. That's about 24 yards wide right there.
I'll tell you, one more hiccup by Furyk, and there'll be some real panic going on in the Furyk camp, don't you think, Roger?
Well, I would agree, John. Yeah, I mean, this is 3 with 5 to go is not nearly as comfortable as 4 with 5 to go or 6 to go. Any mistake now, if you hit a bad one and get in a bad spot and make a double save, I mean, now you're really losing control.
I would think by now these trees on the left-hand side have grown over the last 4 days. That's got to look very narrow.
Yeah, that's a good tee shot, drawing right to left, right in the center of the fairway.
Longer than Stephen Leaney's. Up to 18.
Mike Weir finishing up 189 yards away from the bunker.
That's a dangerous shot right there, I'll tell you, with that big high lip. I don't know if he's trying to go for the green with the hook. And
now he's nestled in there.
He got a bad break on 17, and that was a little dangerous trying to go for that. Now he's underground there.
17.
This just a moment ago, birdie putt from Mark Calcavecchia.
7 over for the day, I'll Gary.
Yeah, sure is. Breaking to his right, and we've got our first birdie of the day at 17. The lid is off. Calcavecchia, the 3 over par for the championship.
Can't think of a better man to get it, huh?
Yeah. Well, it had to go at some point. Why not? Well, it's getting a little more interesting here in the final round of the 103rd U.S. Open. Stay with us.
Welcome back to the U.S. Open Championship, 14th hole. Stephen Leaney now. The tension is building. He can be real proud of his performance today, Roger Mulvey.
He can indeed. He's had a couple opportunities to go the wrong way and stay the wrong way, but has bounced back.
Hole location back left.
This ball very high, just a little right of the hole. Very nice shot.
Very good shot.
Keeps the pressure on.
Keeps the pressure on indeed. You don't want to miss left and you don't want to miss long. Let's go to 15.
While we were away, this was Nick Price's birdie attempt at the par 3. He's got another one. 2 out of the last 3. And Nick Price has moved to 2 under into a tie for 3rd, and Weir is having his problems at 18. And then right after that, this was VJ. And that's also a birdie. So Singing Price, a little bit too little too late here, but perhaps Price can move up there past Mike Weir for 3rd.
Good look as Jim Furyk is talking to a USGA official, asking probably for a drop because.
Do you have any problem with relief from here? If it went through? Is that right, Lee?
That's fine with me. I had a referee that.
Okay, well, I just. No offense. Is that okay right there?
That's fine. Good.
Well, Jim was being very careful and asking Reed McKenzie, the referee, and of course he's going to get free relief from this obstruction. Determines his nearest point, and he drops within 1 club length at that point. He can clean it. And the ball's now in play.
16? Yeah, I feel like that adds 1 to our number.
Interesting that he asked Stephen Leaney if he was all right with his asking for permission to take the drop.
Well, I think the question involved, Murph, is the sprinkler was immediately in front of his through swing.
Exactly.
Was would the divot reach the sprinkler? The club would pass most likely above it or possibly above it, but it was determined that it was close enough that relief would be granted.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Roger, because sometimes you never get relief for mental interference, and it might. And again, it was not close in the eyes of Reed McKenzie, but Jim was being very careful in asking Reed.
I think his divot would have, the club would have caught it, and it could have really injured him.
Absolutely.
Well, to take it one step further, he wants to be very careful and cautious with this shot.
125 yards to the hole was a pitching wedge.
I'll tell you what, this, you don't get any more green light if you can play a draw shot, which he's hitting, Roger, than this one. If I was him, I'd be aiming at, trying to land it 8 feet right of the hole with that left spinning bounce and come back and knock it stony. You're not going to get an easier shot than this, are you?
Well, you're pretty much right, and especially, you got a pitching wedge in your hand. That's the kind of club you better be aggressive with.
You can go to the right of the hole and catch the slope coming back to the hole.
This is Birdie City right here.
Ball starts right of the hole. It's turning just right of the hole now.
Beautiful golf shot. He was thinking just like you there, Johnny Miller, throwing at the hole.
I tell you, whenever you get a green lighter and don't go for it, you're a dumbbell as far as I'm concerned.
Seeing the replay now of the shot. Listen as Jim Furyk says, be right.
Be right. Be right.
He knew it right away. He knew it was going to be close. He knew the contact off the club. He knew what he had to fly it. The exact yardage. Precision.
Well, David Fay, you used the term mental interference just a few moments ago, and I guess that would qualify as to what happened at the 11th hole a little bit earlier concerning Jim Furyk. A woman coming out of the gallery and revealing herself, the topless semi-streak there, but Furyk obviously not too distracted after that. He's hit one close to the hole there. Roger, you were out there during that unusual incident?
I was. I wouldn't call it a full-on streak. Gal just kind of wandered out of the crowd as though she wanted an autograph or something. It didn't last very long, and she was asked to leave and turned around and did so. So it really wasn't completely disruptive, let's put it that way.
Well, Stephen Leaney's having a great learning experience today, playing with a wily veteran there for sure in Jim Furyk.
Well, maybe she just wanted to caddy for him.
I think Fluff might fight her off for the bag.
Leaney must make this putt, Johnny Miller.
Well, you just keep off a nice one on the last hole, Roger, right up the hill. Same thing?
Same thing. This putt, we try to work a little bit to his left. Certainly in the area of the cup. No, that's not going to come off now.
Wow, it was a misread. Started the ball 4 or 5 inches outside the right of the hole.
If Furyk can't get to that thing quick enough, huh? Yeah, probably back off though.
Well, these are certainly the putts in the championship. I really can only remember him missing 1 putt under about 5 feet, Johnny.
That was a great second shot, especially at a crucial time when Leaney put it in there pretty decently.
To 10 under par. What a number in a U.S. Open. Now this is not a gimme here, Roger. This ball goes left.
I would think it's an inside the hole putt, though, isn't it, Murph?
I think so, yes. So Jim Furyk enjoys a 4-shot lead with 4 holes to play. An envious position for sure.
So, Johnny, that was a huge moment indeed for Furyk. Just when it looked like Leaney might make a little bit of a run, and Furyk hits it in tight.
Well, I think the key there was that, you know, he had his yardage. He had a perfect lie, a great angle. He had the right shot shape, a little draw with a draw pin. He had sideboards there, and he just took dead aim, and you want to do that.
Before the tee shots at 15, we want to show you Mike Weir finishing up. Remember, his second shot into this thick rough, so this was his third.
Really thick here. It's hard to get it up that hill.
So he missed his par putt as the ball kept trickling back further away.
That's too bad. 17, it jumped out fast, missed the putt coming down the hill. And this one, he's figuring, well, maybe it'll jump out fast, and it doesn't.
So this was the putt for bogey. And the Masters champ, even though he finishes with a bogey 5, records his first top 10 in 5 U.S. Opens. So Mike Weir bogeys the last 2, still is one of the few under par to go to 15, and the leader.
187 to the whole, wind helping it from the right. Yesterday, Jim hit a 7-iron here that went just about in the center of the green, a little bit on the right-hand side. Today, he selected a 6-iron, John.
Yeah, it's a perfect wind for this flagstick and his little draw. Wouldn't be surprised to see him hit another good one here.
This ball starts right, drawing in toward the center of the green.
Very smart shot. If he pulled it, fine, he's a hero. If he doesn't, got it where he wants. He's feeling pretty good about right now, Roger.
I would imagine he would.
But you never know in this darn game. He could knock this right in the hole for a hole-in-one. Seriously. I can't believe there are no hole-in-ones this week. I mean, seriously, I would have sworn on the 4th hole there would have been one. And this one, the balls have been dodging it all week, Roger.
Well, yeah. I would think the biggest issue right now, certainly for Stephen Leaney, John, is he can't make a mistake of any kind now. If he makes a mistake now, pretty much case closed. He's still not out of it completely, but he's just going to have to hit nothing but wonderful shots from here on out.
Well, if his caddy, you know, had the wisdom we do with seeing the scoreboard, he said, look, you got a 4-shot lead on Nick Price, okay? We got 4 holes to go. So let's really try to knock the flag sticks down. Get in the fairway, but then be aggressive on the irons and see what happens. Of course, the 17th hole, you can't do that, but par there is like a birdie.
This is a 6-iron as well, John.
White, stand please.
Just a comfortable 6-iron, Roger?
Just a comfortable 6, John, yeah. Been picking up a little bit now, turning a little bit more from the right.
Does he play any draw shots?
No, he just hits kind of a high straight one, John. It does not move much in either direction.
Somebody said there it is.
This ball not turning as much as he would like from right to left. Right in the center of the green again.
Laney and Furyk on the edge of the shadows at the par 3 15th. Furyk on the edge of his first major championship. On a gorgeous championship Sunday in the Chicago area, 13th U.S. Open to be held in this golf-rich part of the country. Stephen Laney out there at the 15th will be first to play, and will Furyk get a little bit of a teach here, Roger?
Well, he certainly will. He'll get a good look at the pace. This putt comes across a bit of a roll on the green coming from the back right. So I think it'll influence it from right to left, and when it comes off of that little roll on the green, it will be going downhill slightly. So what to be careful with. Well, it looked good for a long time.
That was a pretty aggressive stroke for birdie.
Yeah, give him credit. He did make an aggressive run at it, and it looked good.
16.
This just a moment ago. Birdie putt for Vijay Singh, and now he's got 2 in a row. Gets him back to 1 over par for the championship, but still 6 over par in his final round.
Get it with your first.
Back to 15.
And Furyk, who yesterday had a nice putt here at this par 3 for birdie, eyeing another one here.
I would think that putt might have surprised Jim a little bit as how quickly it ran, certainly the last 15 feet or so. He's a little higher up into the green and putting a little more directly downhill. His putt will be a little bit quicker yet.
Made a 40-footer here yesterday.
Yeah, you were right, Roger. He over-responded, didn't he? I guarantee if he hadn't seen Laney's putt, he wouldn't have left it that far short.
Sometimes they help, sometimes they hurt.
They actually hurt you sometimes. See a guy blow it way by.
Yeah, you get that mental thought, you can't get it out of your mind. So Laney in that must-make territory here now. Said he feels comfortable on U.S. Open type of golf courses. That small town we talked about where he's from in Busselton, Australia. Said he used to play a narrow tree-lined golf course every day on that in that town, which is 150 miles south of Perth, in a very isolated area. Says he grew up reading books about Ben Hogan and Jack Nicklaus. Similar stories you hear from guys abroad, learning the game. Big putt. Laney remains at 6 under. Laney now makes his home in Perth, Australia, and is a member of Royal Perth Golf Club. Just like Graham Marsh.
Yeah, he wanted to make it 2 for 2 here at this club.
Yeah, Marsh, the U.S. Senior Open champion here back in '97. Furyk for the par to protect that 4-shot lead. Wow, he's really looking good. Remains 4 up, 3 to play. As we we send you over to Bob Costas.
All right, Dan, Mike Weir, this year's Masters champion, 71 today after bogeys at 17 and 18, but 1 under for the championship. Top 5 finish after a 73 in Thursday's opening round. So by and large, you played pretty well from that point.
Yeah, I did. I just got behind the 8 ball a little bit the first day. I played pretty well, but I bogeyed or double bogeyed 8 and 9, kind of midway through my round, and I was lucky probably to hold on to 73 and came back pretty good. But all in all, it was a pretty good week. Jimmy is just playing fantastic. To be 10 under this golf course the way it's playing today is tremendous. So,
just what I was going to ask. Given how much more difficult it's become in this final round, you're very impressed by what Furyk has done.
Absolutely. I mean, the golf course is playing really difficult out there, especially we'll see on these last 3 holes playing 17, 18 or no bargain out there. But, he's playing, seems like on the smart side of the hole, he's playing Jim Furyk type golf, very smart, methodical. And 10 under out here is tremendous playing, as I said.
Let's take a look at a couple of moments for you today. This is your birdie at 7.
Yeah, it was a little fast putt here, and I need to get something going after not birdieing number 6, and that was a real nice bonus to make that one.
At that point, do you harbor some thought, not just of finishing well up the leaderboard, but maybe a miracle can happen?
Yeah, I thought so. I thought if I could get to 6 or 7 under, you never know what might happen. And it was 3, and I was swinging well, and I thought, if I could get a few putts in there, you never know what might happen. And
can't do much better than that at 14.
That was a good one there. So, all in all, it was, it's a tough task to ask out here to shoot, 6, 7 under, given the conditions out there. But I give it my best, and I'm happy with the week.
Can you give us a sense of your level of popularity? I'm asking you to cast modesty aside here. Your level of popularity in Canada since you won the Masters?
Yeah, it's been a little crazy, a little hectic when I get back there. But, as I said, it's been a tremendous, I've felt a tremendous amount of support from the fans there. So to go back there after winning the Masters the day after and dropping the puck at the hockey game and everything was a real cool experience. So the fans have always been supportive. I think, they got to know me playing the Canadian Tour up there and got to, respond with me, interact with me a little bit playing in some of the smaller cities across the country, and I still feel that support now.
Mike, good to see you.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks,
Let's
Bob.
go to the tee at 16.
451-yard dogleg left par 4. Ideal tee shot, a little right to left, take it off the bunkers, up the right-hand side, turn the ball over. Tee shot is slightly downhill.
Surprised with the driver, Gary?
Johnny, not really. I think right now he sits second in the field in fairways hit, and he's ranked in the top 10 on the PGA Tour in fairways hit.
Well, he said earlier he was not going to deviate from his game plan and his strategy of playing this course and his club selections off the tees and whatnot, and he has not to this point.
Plus, with this club, he can actually carry the bunker that goes down the left-hand side if he were to turn it too much.
Pretty good here.
Perfect. Right side of the fairway, back left hole location. Couldn't place it any better. Roger, this 16th has been the second easiest hole on the golf course today. It's playing under par. Really, I guess you'd have to say probably the last good birdie opportunity.
Well, you would certainly have to think that, but very favorable wind here, and fairways firming up. Players coming in with wedges if you hit a good tee shot. So put wedges in the hands of these players, they're going to shoot good scores.
Yeah, well, important for Laney to put it in the fairway. He's also going with driver. He took a rip at that one, Roger.
Yeah, this looks good too. This going down the left-hand side, but that should be good.
Both players safely in the fairway at the par 4 16th. Jim Furyk holding on to a 4-shot lead, and we'll be right back to Olympia Fields in just a moment. At the 17th green, Vijay Singh facing the long par putt. Mark Rolfing, earlier in the week, a heckler of Vijay's was removed from the golf course on Friday. What's the reaction of the fans been today?
It's really been pretty good. There's been a couple of minor incidents, Gary. The one I think the most significant was probably at the 12th green. Vijay had a chip shot. The ball was rolling past the hole, and the guy kept encouraging the ball to roll off the green. But it really hasn't been too bad. It's not as bad as Vijay's golf has been. He went an hour and a half in this round today without a birdie putt.
He's bogeyed 6 holes in a row.
Yeah, we just looked at the scorecard. Tough par putt here. Hard slider to the right.
There's another one right there. I'm not exactly sure what they said, but that's basically what you're hearing. Every once in a while, sort of a single yell out of the crowd. BJ will look up, but that's been about it.
No, it's tough to do, Mark, but the best response is just ignore it. I mean, you know, we saw Colin Montgomery through the years look up and give stares. I mean, the best way to kind of squelch it is just to go about your business. Not easy to do, though.
This has been an excellent comeback by Nick Price, a quiet one. He bogeyed the first 3 holes, looked totally out of sync. So he's played quite well since then.
This putt for par to remain in solo 3rd place. His 17th. Been tough today. Stroke average of almost 3.6. Well, the MetLife blimp Snoopy 2 is cruising high in the skies over the Chicago area to provide aerial coverage of the 2003 U.S. Open Championship. The blimp typically cruises at a speed of some 35 miles an hour at an altitude of about 1,200 feet. As we look down on the 16th, Stephen Leaney getting ready for his second. Roger?
136 yards left to the hole, Gary, with the wind helping this no more than just a nice wedge.
And the shots we've seen close, Roger, the ball's been carried in about maybe 15, 18 feet short of the hole. One big bounce and then a quick stop.
Not the best angle from the left-hand side of the fairway, but should have plenty of room.
Here's the big bounce, but unfortunately it kicks a little left. Felt like that might turn out to be a little better than that. Now Furyk perfectly positioned, Roger.
You're not kidding. 126 to the hole. That's just a little bit of a wedge. Really has to be kind of careful not to get carried away and hit it long, but I would think he would hit this pretty close with the hole being in the back left. This is just made for his wedge game.
Yeah, just 5 yards of green behind the hole location and some very thick rough back there, so as you say, certainly don't want to be long.
That's a good-looking shot just right of the hole.
It's played perfectly, and he is judging the distance better than anyone else in the field, leading the field in greens hit in regulation just under 74%. Quite the seat. Not sure how comfortable it is, but I gotta think the view's pretty good.
Well, Furyk looking more and more like he'll be the defender next year when the U.S. Open returns to Shinnecock Hills Golf Club on New York's Long Island. It'll be the 4th Open stage there, and there's been some great history there back in '86. Remember, Raymond Floyd won the title in his 22nd attempt, the most ever by a champion. And then 9 years later, 1995, Corey Pavin with that dramatic 4-wood at the 72nd hole, Johnny, which you call it the shot of his life.
Right when it was right here, I knew it was the shot of his life right there.
And that sealed the deal for Corey Pavin's major title. I like the quote from Ben Crenshaw, who called Shinnecock Hills blessed golf terrain. It is indeed. An 104th U.S. Open returns there, and you can get some tickets by logging onto the website there or by calling the number on your screen. And we take a look at some future U.S. Open sites after the trip to Long Island. Back to Pinehurst number 2, where Payne Stewart won his second Open back in 1999, and then Winged Foot, a classic golf course also in the New York area, and then it's Oakmont 2007. Torrey Pines, another municipal golf course, gets the call in 2008. The year before, Bethpage Black gets the return encore performance in the U.S. Open.
That's a great lineup, and you can just about guarantee you that even par will probably do it next
year at Shinnecock. Tiger Woods could knock that out of whack if he's on key, but well, I'll tell you, when Floyd won, it was -1, and Pavin won at even par, and they've lengthened the course, taken out a lot of trees, made it look like a total links course. Well, let's get back to Stephen Laney here.
Third shot at 16.
Here's an all-often fairway wood here.
Get in there! Get it to break left. Not good. Good touch, though. So Laney taps in for par, remains at 6 under. Johnny, we mentioned Jim Furyk played on 3 Ryder Cup teams. He's played on a couple of President's Cup teams.
Yeah.
And, you know, that head-to-head competition of match play, that's really what we're seeing here in this final 9 holes.
Look at those stats. Those are mighty juicy there. 11 out of 16 greens is awfully good. Well, if he's going to break the record, it looks like he's got a super chance of it, but you know, this would make it almost guarantee if you can get this one in, because 17, 18 you can't bogey.
It's right all the way. That putt actually moves toward the back of the green.
Yeah, it's getting where he's even marking these on Gary. It's good. Yeah, you don't want anything weird to happen at this point.
Well, we've touched on the consistency of his play. 10 top 10 finishes in 14 starts this year on the tour. And I think part of that consistency of play comes from the consistency of his routine. You see him do the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, you heard Mike Weir describe him as methodical, Gary. That's the kind of player he is. Point A to point B.
We see the lowest score for 72 holes in a U.S. Open Championship, 272. If Jim Furyk were to par 17 and 18, he would finish with a total of 270.
And he would have the 36-hole record, the 54-hole record, and the 72-hole record, Gary. That's a pretty good trifecta to win in your first major championship, too.
Dan, you know, earlier in the week, I think Johnny Miller, myself, Roger Maltby, we all mentioned the name Jim Furyk after we had a look at the golf course. It just seemed to be the type of course that would fit his style of play very nicely.
And in a championship, Gary, which was set up to bring a lot more players into it, he was on the lists of a lot of people in the know. 103rd U.S. Open, being brought to you by Pacific Life, offering insurance, annuities, and investments. Rely on the strength of Pacific Life, and by Flexible Enterprise Solutions that are easy to buy, easy to own, easy as Dell.
This 247-yard par 3. Look at the club selection today. It's been all over the place. Cappovecchio with a 7-wood, and he made the only birdie on the hole. Monty with a utility club, 2 irons, 3 iron, the popular one.
Just as easy
a little bit of everything.
Yesterday.
What do you think he's trying to accomplish here, Gary, with this shot? Just run it on the left side?
Well, I would certainly think so. Johnny, he bogeyed the hole yesterday, carried the ball up into the green, and if I'm not mistaken, 3-putted from about 60 feet behind the hole, missing a short putt. So I've got to think he's just trying to get it into the opening over there just left of the hole. Don't even look at the flagstick. Roger, he's taking a 3-iron.
It's downwind.
Get it!
Well, he carried it a little far, and that is going to race all the way through the back of the green and a long rough. Ahead to 18.
This was a moment ago, Gary. Vijay Singh in his second.
All the way out to the crosswalk, probably about a 350-yard drive or a 40-yard drive.
Just got wrapped up in the flag.
Yeah, that's a bad break, actually.
Yeah, it is.
102 yards, so
it's kind of whipped it backwards.
Hit that thing about off the tee, a smooth little 358 yards. Yep, that's too bad, because with the spin and catching the actual fabric of the flag, it threw it backwards.
17 again.
Leaney also with the 3-iron.
Leaney! Shot going toward the left-hand bunker.
So both players missed the 17th. Players have only hit the green about 40% of the time as we move up to 18.
And this is the third for Nick Price to the par 4, coming off bogey at 17.
Just wants to hit a little checker up that hill. Will it get there? Yes, it will. Right.
So Nick Price is going to have that putt to remain just one of 5 players under par. So the second to last group has arrived at 18. Final pair playing the 17th, and Jim Furyk is close. Vijay Singh for his par at 18.
Not a hard putt, right up the hill.
Still some cat calls coming from the gallery. Unfortunate. And an unfortunate bogey finish for Singh. We're out of 78, back to 17.
That is Furyk's second. That is going to come up well short, and that leaves a very quick putt from there.
It's not where you wanted to leave it, was it?
No, better off getting it by the hole, obviously, to leave the uphill putt.
The bunker shot, really, that Leaney's got is way easier, isn't it?
Yes, no question about it.
Looking right into the sun is the only problem.
Yeah. Roger, we've seen some guys get the ball up and down from this bunker. Is his lie okay?
The lie is good. It's on a bit of an uphill slope. It's still a formidable bunker shot, though. There's a slope immediately to the left of the hole he has to deal with. It will go right, certainly, when it gets on the green.
Well, he's been in 3 bunkers today and has yet to get the ball up and down.
He wants to land the ball over here and let it trickle right in there. Chunked it, huh?
Chunk. Yep.
Well, this hole is almost like a 4-par, Gary, like an easy 4-par.
It has certainly played that way the last 2 days, Johnny. Once they move that hole location up against that front bunker, it has really played tough.
Well, a combination of downwind and that kind of yardage, 240 plus yards, and then the green's fairly firm and a bunker to protect it.
At 18, Nick Price for bogey. So both DJ and Nick into a back-to-back bogey. Singh is 78, Price is 75. They began the day the closest pursuers to Furyk other than Leaney. 5 behind, but just couldn't muster a miracle today at Olympia Fields. 17.
Furyk's putt for par, and Roger, this one is quick.
Quick. Pretty good swing to the right as well. Now, in fairness to his second shot, he was back here in the area where the players exit the grain of the grass against him when he was trying to hit the shot, and it's pretty hard to judge the ball when you get that kind of lie. Hard to hit it hard enough to get it over that little ridge in the green, rolling down there by the hole.
Hold on. Well, that is one of the quickest putts on the green, on the golf course.
Well, Stephen Leaney makes his putt, and Furyk happened to miss that. It'd be a 2-shot lead.
That's right, with 1 to play. But this is no easy putt either, Roger.
No, it's not. This uphill got to be moving to his right some, doesn't it, Gary?
Yeah, and Roger, if there's been a tendency, I would say most players have not read enough break into the putt. They have left it low, missed it to the right. So Leaney makes bogey, drops back to 5 under par for the championship. Shot lead as he heads to the final hole.
And that is a pretty good feeling. Heading to the 72nd hole of the U.S. Open with a 4-shot lead.
Well, Fluff Cowan, his caddy, is a treat for him, too. He used to be in a Tiger's bag.
Yep.
For him to win the U.S. Open here.
And we've talked about all the expectant fathers here. And Mike Cowan also has a child, 10-month-old. So happy Father's Day to Fluff as well.
Well, he's done a great job guiding Jim along. He's very active in every decision. So there's caddies and there's caddies. He's a caddy that you cannot say it's a real team. Some caddies are there just to give you the yardage.
And I don't think he reaches that right track.
Pretty darn smart play right here, going with the iron and just can't reach that right trap, Fluff says. Mike Cowan.
Really the first departure from his game plan. His driver here yesterday.
Yeah, why take a chance of burying it a foot under the lip, huh, Roger?
Couldn't agree with you more.
I mean, who needs to do that? It's been a long week for these guys. They par to break the record after that bogey at the 71st hole, so I don't think he really cares, to be honest with you, Roger.
I don't think that's the issue right now, John.
He's got an 18-inch trophy he's focusing on.
Be a nice little bonus in capper, though.
Yeah, it would, but that's sort of like, oh, really? I did that?
Your time, Jimmy!
No problems here.
Telling Fluff, thanks for the suggestion on keeping it short of the right bunker with the iron.
Well, let's give some kudos to this man in this championship.
Yeah.
I mean, this is about as long a shot for a second place in this championship as you could have ever dreamed of. Even though he's got some wins in the European Tour, I mean, this has just been a totally different experience for him.
Definitely a consolation prize, perhaps. He'll have made enough money in this championship to earn a special temporary membership on the PGA Tour. He's tried the Q School 5 times and missed by 1 shot last fall. And as they say in Australia, he'll join a lot of his mates out here on this tour.
Well, this one's going right, John.
Jim Furyk taking the walk up 18. He's going to take that walk into history. In good shape. Fairway at 18. Two players left on the golf course on this championship Sunday. Jim Furyk looks like he's on his way to the winner's circle. Will win his first major championship, but still some work to be done out there. Roger, what's the order of play?
Well, Jim will be first to play. 198 yards to the hole, wind at his back. You know, John, 183 to the front. I got to assume you're just going to try to land it somewhere near that front edge and get it underneath the hole and into the center of the green.
I totally agree. It's not a great flagstick location for his little draw if he wants to play that. He does have the other shot also, Roger. He could hit in the middle and cut it, right?
Yeah, but it's not time for style points. It's time to get it done.
Look at this. This is
Mom and Dad can barely hold their emotion as they watch their son.
Yep, it's a great time right now. They know he cannot lose this championship. They just, Dad Mike and Mom Linda there, just really feeling it now.
Yeah, this would be the ultimate Father's Day present, especially in this relationship.
I'll tell you what, his eyes are on the flagstick. He's not looking left.
Well, this ball just a little left of the hole, John, not much.
Going at it.
2 putts for the record, huh? Pretty good stuff there.
To make his par 4 for the record.
Somebody's got this.
Yeah, they had a special seat for him by 18. There aren't many seats left, I'll tell you that. Should invite him up here to the tower. We got a great spot here. Gotta give him all the stats, everything he wants. Yeah, that's well played. I mean, you talk about a guy that's #1 in greens hit. That does it.
A little emotion there.
#2 in fairways hit, so that's ball striking. He knows he's got it. The monkey is off his back, folks. This win will come in his 260th start as a pro and 32nd major championship. Nice smooth swing there, Roger.
That's from 154 yards. Had a pretty good lie, John, but not a very good angle, and he's bouncing it into the middle of the green.
That's a smart shot.
Yes, it was. Good shot.
And now Jim Furyk will take the walk he's dreamed about taking ever since he took up the game and his dad introduced him to the game.
Well, he's breaking down, but boy, that's a nice way to break down.
Jim's dad, Mike, said he tried to keep his son, Jim, out of the game of golf. He's an old former club pro and knew how demanding it was. You missed a lot of weekends, missed a lot of time with your family. But his son bugged and finally said, all right, you can play golf. Career money list with better than $16 million. Beautiful house, beautiful family. Got a house in Maui, a plantation course, which is absolutely stunning. All of that doesn't matter when you can put your name on that trophy. And that's what Furyk has waited for, and that's what is about to happen. Talked with his father after virtually every single round he's played on the PGA Tour. It's constant communication. It's a constant bond that's remained true through the years, and this is the culmination of that dream which began in Pennsylvania.
Roger, you handy right there?
Well, I am, John. That's a big breaker left to right for Laney, and I think he should be very proud of his play today. Again, as I said earlier, he had a lot on his table. Trying to gain access to the tour, trying to win the U.S. Open, all those things going on. It's almost like a little overload, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Tough duty.
That's about 3 notches the ladder he jumped up the ladder, and he's shooting a 72 if he can 2-putt, which That's what I sort of thought par was for Furyk, and right now Furyk's at 71 for the day if he two putts, but I was sort of thinking he would shoot about 72. That'd be a nice day. Laney, of course, is 4 shots ahead of Weir and Kenny Perry, and so he has no problem there.
This 34-year-old has made his dad proud as well. His dad taught him the game, and again, if you just joined us, his dad had surgery a week ago.
I think he's going to go ahead and putt.
And he's been watching in the hospital. As his son plays with the champion.
If he makes this, it'll be 67, 68, 68, 72, minus 5. That is really good playing. Will break. Probably right edge putt.
$650,000 goes to the second place man, Stephen Laney.
I talked about the mates from Australia on tour. There's 19 of them on the U.S. tour. If you can imagine, that is an amazing amount of players from country down under, and he makes the 20th, so with his special status. Now it's all Jim Furyk here. It's his stage.
2-putt for the record. All-time U.S. Open Championship scoring record in an event that's been around for played 103 times. First Father's Day as a father for Jim Furyk. As you mentioned, has a little girl here, Callie.
You know, if that ball would have gone about 1 more foot, it would have been to the front edge, Roger.
It would have gone a lot further. He even motioned that to Fluff. If it got a little farther, that thing's gone.
So this will be for the record.
It sure is. It's just probably just outside right edge, isn't it, Roger?
That's what I would say, John. Hit it firmly and just off the hole.
This for 271.
Yeah, he doesn't want to 3-putt this green.
Instead, Furyk ties the record. A total of 272, and Jim Furyk has his major championship, the 103rd U.S. Open champion. Tabitha. That is their little girl, Callie. And Tabitha, 2 months pregnant. And here comes Dad. Furyk's father at one point was told by a major college coach, he said, with that swing, there's no way the kid will play major college golf. He played major college golf, part of an NCAA championship with Arizona. He's just topped that in a big way. He's a U.S. Open champion as well.
all about family.
That's his old Arizona coach, Rick LaRose, who's been here this week. And the motto with Arizona Athletics is bear down, and that's exactly what Jim Furyk did this week at Olympia Fields. One final look at the leaderboard. Jim Furyk began the day with a 3-shot lead, and that's how it ends over the same man he held it over when we began. And in the end, just 4 players under par. So in the end, Olympia Fields did get a little bit of a revenge there.
It did. I'm not so sure it was all the courses doing, but it was playing tough. There's no doubt about it. I'm very surprised the last 15 guys at the top of the leaderboard really played poor golf today, I have to say it.
Tiger Woods finishes at +3, 11 behind, just like he began. And a tie for 20th.
Of course, that was excluding Laney and Furyk with their 72s, but after that, it's a bunch of 75s, 6s, 7s, and 8s.
The record set by Furyk. Now they shared the 36-hole record with Vijay Singh, 54-hole record holder by himself, and now he's got a share of the 72-hole U.S. Open scoring record. The tap-in at 18. Jim Furyk, in the end, takes his walk into history. We'll have the presentation when we come back. Happy Father's Day to the Furyks. Look at the players who made this championship. Their first major in the last 20 years, Jim Furyk. Retief Goosen at Southern Hills, at Oakland Hills, Steve Jones, and the list goes on and on there. Ernie Els winning at Oakmont for the first time. This was a case, Johnny Miller, of Jim Furyk being under control in a major championship, and really, quite frankly, not a lot of guys put much heat on him today.
No, it was very unusual what happened in those last 6 groups, just a ton of 74, 5, 6, and 7s. You got to hand it to him, though. Jim Furyk played a perfect type of U.S. Open, number 2 in fairways hit, number 1 in greens hit. He really took advantage. If you study what he did this week, besides putting it in the fairway, every time he had a 9-iron or wedge, he just knocked it stiff, and that's where he won the championship, in my estimation, is with those short irons. He took advantage of his great little drop-in move that he's able to do, and he was steely out there. There was a couple times he could have faltered, so I give him a lot of credit. I think the experiences in the Ryder Cup and the President's Cup really bode really well for him, and he's a great champion. He's got a chance to win other majors.
Had that 3-shot lead, and he made it hold up. So what the champion receives, well, gets the Championship Cup, exemptions the next 10 U.S. Opens and British Opens, exempt status on the PGA Tour for 5 years, invitations to the next 5 Masters, PGAs, and the Players, and then gets that record check for more than $1 million. But what's most important to Jim Furyk is getting his name etched on that. And here comes the Furyk family down for the presentation. Dad Mike, Mom Linda, wife Tabitha, daughter Callie in Jim's arms. Jim has said, I asked him, what is different about you after having a family? He said, I've learned to be patient a lot more. He certainly was patient this week.
Please join me in welcoming the 103rd United States Open champion, Jim Furyk.
Jim, congratulations. During the course of the round, we heard from your dad, Mike, the only coach you've ever had. What does it mean to you to not only become the U.S. Open champion, but to do it on Father's Day?
I had to open up with that one, didn't you? At least get me at the end. I'm going to start crying here. It's very special. I had a difficult time actually even speaking to him this morning to wish him happy Father's Day. Just I'm very close with my family. My wife's very close with hers, and my mom and dad are very involved in my career, in my life, and it was difficult to even wish him happy Father's Day. So I think this is a heck of a present. So happy Father's Day.
When people talk about the best players never to win a major, it's a compliment in a sense, but it's a category you want to get into and out of quickly. Now you're out of it.
Yeah, I never paid that much attention to that. I've said that in the press room the last couple of days, and it is a compliment in one sense, and I think as the years go on, I still said last night I consider myself pretty young in my career at 33. But as the years go on, I think it becomes that much tougher and that much more difficult, and you put that much more pressure on yourself. But there's a lot of great players out there that haven't won a major championship, far better than I've played in my career. So it's probably an injustice to them, and it's just it's a proud day. It's beyond some dreams.
You tied the Open scoring record. You share it now with Jack Nicklaus, Lee Janzen, and Tiger Woods. Were you mindful of that at all as you came to 18?
Unfortunately, right before I left the family room this morning eating lunch, I heard NBC say that I had to shoot 71 to break the all-time scoring record, and it's one of the things I didn't want to hear as I left to come out and play. And the last hole, I played to the back of the green, and it entered my mind, hey, two-putt breaks the all-time record. I knocked the first one about 10 feet by, and my only thought was, let's knock in a putt to win the U.S. Open. That would be great. And the last thing I said, forget about the record. Let's just go win the thing and get out of here. So I lost a little concentration, but I kind of broke down after the second shot. That did it for me, and my caddy Mike walked up the fairway with me, and it was just a great feeling.
Maybe you lost a little concentration at 18, but you were so focused today that even an unexpected visitor at 11 couldn't distract you.
I was definitely caught off guard. I heard some of the fans' reaction, like I heard someone say, "You got to be kidding me," and I looked at Steve, and I was trying to figure out what my playing competitor had done, and I turned at him, and he had a blank stare on his face, looking the other direction. I turned around, and she was already up on top of me. So I just kind of wanted to, back off from that situation and kind of get back to playing golf. But yeah, it was more like the British Open there on that.
It's a lot to take in, I know, but has it dawned on you that from now on, when you're introduced, it's unlikely ever again to be a very good golfer with a quirky swing? The first thing they're going to say is U.S. Open champion Jim Furyk.
It hasn't dawned on me, but I can get used to it, that's for sure. How's that?
Congratulations, Jim.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Let's go back upstairs to Dan Hicks.
Thank you, Bob. And I guess the moon and the stars have aligned themselves halfway through this major championship season. The first two major champions of the year, Mike Weir and Jim Furyk.